Chapter 1252. The middle-aged Daoist nun was trembling. Seeing Yi Fan raise his finger, she almost screamed out loud. The other two were even more convulsing as a layer of cold sweat appeared on their bodies. Even with the profound Junwei mountain lord blocking in front of them, they were still terrified and their blood ran cold. The hellish experience was still fresh in their minds, causing them to feel fear both physically and mentally. Daoist brother, you scared them badly. Such pitiful people, what harm is there in letting them live? Junwei mountain lord said. You see how pitiful they are now, but did you see their vicious faces not long ago? They were vicious and merciless, vowing not to rest until I was eliminated. I was only defending myself and retaliating, Yi Fan said. We were wrong, great Emperor Yi, please spare our lives. One of the three men broke down and shouted loudly. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He no longer looked like an expert. Great Emperor. He has just stepped into the training field and you guys already think he can walk on the Emperor's road? What a joke. A person beside Junwei Mountain Lord sneered. Junwei Mountain Lord, save us. Another person hurriedly asked for help as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. Daoist brother, I owe you a favor. How about you forgive them this once? Junwei Mountain Lord said while looking at Yi Fan. His figure was slender and strong. He wore a purple crown on his head and a Qilin robe. He had a pair of purple eyes and his hair was like a waterfall. He could be considered heroic as if a heavenly king had descended. Purple light flowed within his eyes as he opened and closed them. His body possessed the aura of an ancient emperor and was extremely extraordinary. Every movement he made was in harmony with the mysteries of heaven and earth. Even when he stood there casually, his image was dignified and carried an unquestionable aura that intimidated everyone. This was definitely an expert. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful and terrifying character that few could compare to. There was a special emperor's aura about him. No. Yi Fan was very resolute and only used 2 words to refuse. The middle-aged Daoist nun was forcing him like this and inciting the heroes to surround and kill him. How could he let her go? There must be a limit to benevolence and not everyone. Letting a sinister person go was the same as cutting himself with a knife. You really don't know when to back off. Mount Junwei advised you with kind words but you didn't appreciate it. Do you really think you're invincible under the heavens? The person who spoke earlier coldly spoke again. I'm killing my enemy. What does that have to do with you? You're trying to stop me, yet you still want me to be grateful? What a joke. Yi Fan ignored him and looked straight at Mount Junwei. Sigh, fellow Daoist, there's no need to bicker with him. It's just that I have some dealings with that female Daoist. That's why I can't bear to see her lose her life, Mount Junwei said. He still wanted to save her life. If that's the case, then I've interacted with her even more. Now that I've been besieged by her, I definitely can't let her go like this. Yi Fan said. Behind them, the faces of the middle-aged Daoist nun and the other two were completely pale, without the slightest trace of blood. Their lives were at the mercy of the 2 people in front of them, and they were all extremely nervous. Dao brother, are you really not willing to let them go? Mount Junwei Mountain Lord asked with a solemn expression. There's no room for discussion. Yi Fan said solemnly. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord spoke kindly to you, yet you repeatedly refused. You don't know what's good for you. One of the 4 people beside Mount Junwei Mountain Lord spoke with an ice-cold tone. Are these your servants or your servants? Please tell them to behave themselves. Yi Fan said to Mount Junwei Mountain Lord. These are my fellow Daoists. They're not my servants. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord showed a displeased expression. How dare you? Do you think you have boundless divine valor? In front of Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, you're nothing. One of them reprimanded and stepped forward aggressively. Yi Fan's face darkened. If you bark at me again, I'll kill you. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. The atmosphere became incomparably tense. The faces of the 4 people beside Mount Junwei Mountain Lord changed, and they were about to rebuke him. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, he has a speed that surpasses that of a saint. I suspect that he has a forbidden secret technique that can evolve into the number 1 immortal speed in the universe. It might be of great use to you. The middle-aged nun shouted. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes as she stared at Yi Fan. A pitiful person must have a hateful side. Can you see that Mount Junwei Mountain Lord? Even now, she still wants to borrow your power to eliminate me, Yi Fan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he left behind an afterimage as he broke through Mount Junwei Mountain Lord's defense to kill the 3 people. Behind him, the 4 people who came with Mount Junwei Mountain Lord sneered. They took action together, summoning a palace and sucking the 3 people inside. The sparkling and translucent palace shrunk to the size of a fist and fell into the palm of one of them. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with holy splendor. We have given you enough face, but you don't know when to back off. Don't make a mistake. One of them warned solemnly. Is this your decision? Yi Fan asked Mount Junwei Mountain Lord coldly. I really want to save them, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord said. It was only a few words, but they expressed his attitude. His murderous aura pervaded the air. Then I have no choice but to start a massacre. No matter who it is, if they stand in my way, I will kill them all. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Impudent. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to Mount Junwei Mountain Lord like that? If you don't give us a reason, we will kill you immediately. One of them shouted. Don't compare us with those from the small worlds or the dried heaven regions. We come from the real ancient star region. We won't tolerate your impudence. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. They had obviously come here with a premeditated plan. They wanted to find a reason to attack. Otherwise, why would they be so overbearing? I said, if you bark like a dog again, I will kill you all. Yi Fan said coldly. Several cold snorts came out. The 4 of them stood in different directions and formed the 4 symbols' ancient sacred formation to suppress him. Fellow cultivator, if you don't let go, then I have no choice but to offend you. I just want to save a life. Why are you so cold-blooded? At this time, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord said with a hint of coldness. Yi Fan knew that these people couldn't have just entered the trial field. Since they didn't save Lu Feng, Hong Lu, and the others, helping the middle-aged nun was just a pretense. It wasn't their real intention. Hypocrites. Yi Fan sneered. You don't know how to make a choice. You don't listen to my kind advice. Do you want to beat me until you are convinced? Forcing us to take action, one of them reprimanded. Pow! At this moment, Yi Fan moved. His speed was extremely fast. He turned into a ray of lightning and appeared beside that person. He slapped out with his palm. Golden light flowed and a crisp sound was heard. Yi Fan's speed was too shocking. The 4 symbols' ancient sacred formation had a flaw and couldn't stop him. He slapped out and sent that person flying. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Half of that person's face was sent flying. He was dripping with blood and his chin was missing. He slammed into a stone wall in the distance and created a loud rumble. Dust flew everywhere. Hundreds of ancient trees were broken. A human-shaped hole appeared on the stone mountain. The scene immediately quieted down. After a long while, that person crawled out in hatred. He was missing his lower jaw. His entire face was distorted and dripping with blood. It was incomparably frightening. His throat let out a beast-like roar. Courting death. Yi Fan said calmly. Although he didn't take this person's life, such a slap was not much better than killing him. The others all paled. They never thought that Yi Fan would be so terrifying. He was much stronger than they had expected. Brother Yi, you are forcing me to fight with you. Mountain Lord Jun's face sank. I am killing an enemy and you come to stop me. You want me to appreciate your kindness? If I don't retreat, then I will force you to take action. What a strong reasoning. Yi Fan's body was suffused with killing intent. He walked forward step by step and faced these people. I will kill whoever blocks me. This was an invincible domineering aura. His words were sonorous and intimidating. He wasn't joking at all. He walked straight towards a person. That person was holding a fist-sized palace in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent, and one could see the middle-aged Daoist nun and the two others inside. Then I can only take action. Mountain Lord June shouted out loud. Primal chaos astral energy surged and the primal chaos laws appeared. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart as he punched out. Bang, bang, after 10 consecutive strikes, the world shook violently. Mountains and rivers turned to ashes, mountains turned to smoke, and the desolate mountain range was flattened. For great rivers and dozens of giant lakes were evaporated. This was a terrifying battle that left even Yi Fan apprehensive. It had to be said that Mountain Lord June was extremely terrifying. He was actually able to fight him head-on. 10 years of conquest, 10 years of bloody battles. This was one of the most terrifying opponents Yi Fan had ever encountered. He was indeed worthy of coming from a true ancient star field. This was an invincible powerhouse. After the 10 most ferocious strikes, Mountain Lord June didn't even look back. He turned around and left. Primal chaos light curled around his body as he brought the other 4 into the distance. Soon, the primal chaos energy turned into a river of light that carried them hundreds of miles away. In a flash, they disappeared into the depths of the devastated earth. Yi Fan was filled with killing intent. He unhurriedly chased after them. This place was close to the 37th region. Mountain Lord June and the other 4 disappeared in a flash. They crossed the boundary and went deeper. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He pondered for a moment but didn't follow immediately. He was waiting for Longma to cross the boundary and kill the enemy together. Finally, a long neigh was heard. Longma appeared. His whole body was covered in flames. He had dealt with all the mounts and killed his way to this place. What happened just now? The whole world seemed like it was going to flip over. Longma was suspicious. We met an extremely powerful enemy. He came from an ancient star field and not a small divine world, said Yi Fan. Not long after, 1 man and 1 horse entered the 37th region. This region was similarly vast. The mountains were deep and serene. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Ape cries and tiger roars could be heard. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure on their bodies. In the end, it was as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. Shackles weighing 1,000,000 jin took form. Blood-colored shackles appeared on Yi Fan and Longma's hands and feet. They were flowing with a sparkling luster and were as heavy as the heavens. If an ordinary cultivator was shackled, they would definitely have their bones broken and their flesh turned into mud. Even those who had walked the path of the strongest trial would not be able to withstand it. This was a powerful shackle. However, Yi Fan and Longma didn't care. They treated it as a kind of training and went deeper into the 37th region in search of Mountain Lord June and the others. They walked into the depths of a mountain range. A desolate aura assaulted their senses. Strange beasts ran amok and wild birds screamed in the sky. At the same time, there was a wave of hostility. There was an open land in front of them. Mountain Lord June and the others stood side by side and looked at them coldly. Their bodies were also covered in blood-colored shackles that flickered with a terrifying luster. Why aren't you running anymore? Longma taunted. We've never run. We've only retreated to this place. We've chosen a good cemetery to kill you all, one of them said coldly. Yi Fan's gaze was like a sword. He swept over them and finally revealed a wisp of killing intent as he strode forward. Let me. Longma couldn't wait. Although he was wearing shackles that weighed millions of kilograms and was as heavy as a mountain, greatly affecting his movements, he still turned into a beam of flame and displayed extraordinary speed. Chi! 2 people moved at the same time. Their movements were even faster and they dodged Longma's giant hoof. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as laws interweaved. They activated their saint artifacts and directly attacked. Longma was shocked and rapidly retreated. He was actually almost suppressed by the other party's speed. He was deeply surprised and muttered to himself, "Do they also learn the row formula?" Yi Fan shook his head and said, "This is their main battlefield. The shackles on their bodies are fake." What? Longma was shocked. They were originally in the 37th region. They entered the 36th region just now to lure us over. They used a secret technique to conceal themselves, Yi Fan said. Sinister and vicious. Longma gritted his teeth. That's right, we entered from the entrance of the 37th region and used the magnetism secret technique to disguise ourselves. We entered the 36th region to lure you over. Do you really think we were inferior to you just now? The cultivator whose jaw had been slapped off by Yi Fan healed his injured body and said coldly and sinisterly with a tinge of hatred. Strands of chaotic qi appeared on Mount Junwei Mountain Lord's body. He was even stronger than before as he stood there like a reincarnated divine king. His purple eyes were like lightning. I originally wanted to cross realms to cultivate. The 1,000,000-kilogram shackles are a kind of training for me. It couldn't be better with them. Yi Fan was very domineering and didn't treat the shackles as a burden. He attacked with all his might at this moment. Boom! Behind him, the golden divine treasure appeared. It was a golden world. Dao bells, heaven pagodas, immortal swords, ancient mirrors, and so on were all golden. They were dazzling and flew out together to attack indiscriminately. The people in front were shocked and defended with all their might. All kinds of magical artifacts were unleashed, and there was even a saint artifact that was completely resurrected to suppress them. Chang! Within the golden treasury, there were tens to 100 golden divine weapons. All of them were dazzling as if they were forged from Dao Calamity gold. They were incomparably terrifying. These weapons shot out in unison, and all of them hacked at a jade palace. This was naturally a saint artifact, but it broke into pieces on the spot. It couldn't withstand the attack of this secret technique and was destroyed here. Ah! The owner of the palace felt heartache, but he couldn't change this reality. This was a rare treasure, but it couldn't resist the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. It was destroyed here and became useless. The middle-aged Daoist nun and 2 others all fell to the ground. Their faces were pale as they escaped from the shattered Saint Artifact Palace. Their bodies were trembling, and there wasn't a trace of color on their faces. They were terrified to the extreme and knew that a great disaster was about to befall them. Now, there really was nowhere to hide. There was no road to heaven and no door to the earth. They were chased like dogs. They originally thought that they could escape this disaster after encountering Mount Junwei Mountain Lord, but now, it seemed that they still couldn't escape death. The person in front of them was too powerful. He crossed realms to kill them, but he was still like a demonic god with an unrivaled momentum. Before the real battle begins, I'll get rid of you guys first, Yi Fan said coldly. No. The middle-aged Daoist nun cried out in terror. The other 2 directly went limp on the ground. Stop. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord wanted to stop them, and he rushed forward with a majestic gait. Pfft. The golden divine treasure behind Yi Fan shone even more brilliantly, and dozens of golden magical artifacts flew out. In a split second, the middle-aged Daoist nun and the other 2 were chopped into a bloody pulp, and their primordial spirits were all destroyed. If I want to kill you guys, no one can save you. Yi Fan's ice-cold words reverberated in the mountain range. He revealed his powerful self-confidence. Even if a god came, he would kill them. Chapter 1253. The depths of the mountain range quietened down. Even the birds and beasts sensed the danger. They all lay dormant, not daring to make a sound. On the ground was a pile of flesh and broken bones. The middle-aged nun and the other 2 had been thoroughly killed by the golden artifact. From then on, they had to bid farewell to the strongest cultivators. The golden world behind Yi Fan disappeared. He stood there quietly without any surging energy to confront the people in front of him. If you kill them, don't even think about living. A person standing behind Mount Junwei smirked, revealing a hint of ridicule. The road is for you to walk on. If you rush to your death, no one can stop you even if they want to. The man whose jaw had been smashed by Yi Fan sneered. Mount Junwei stopped in front of them. He had the posture of a dragon and tiger. His body was strong and his hair was thick. He looked heroic and majestic. He was enveloped in a layer of purple halo. He was like a divine king from the heavenly realm. He was incomparably dignified. When he opened and closed his eyes, the entire mountain range seemed to be torn apart by cold lightning. It seems like the battle between us is unavoidable, Mount Junwei said. His voice was dignified like an emperor. The purple crown on his head sprinkled down strands of imperial immortal energy. Why the pretense? Didn't you all want to lure me here for a battle? Yi Fan sneered. You're wrong. You overestimate yourself. What battle? We just want to torture you to death. Another person beside him spoke. His voice was cold and carried a hint of arrogance. With just the four of you? Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. We were only pretending to be weak before. Now, we'll let you understand what a supreme mysterious art is and what it means to be unrivaled. Another person said coldly. Let me fight against him, Mount Junwei said. There's no need for Brother Junwei to fight. The four of us are enough. He won't have the chance to ask for guidance from you. Another person stopped Mount Junwei and looked at Yi Fan with a hint of mockery. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. He looked at Mountain Lord Junwei coldly and said, Do you dare to fight? Did you not hear what we said? Today, we will kill you and let you understand the vastness of the universe and the elegance of experts. One of them said indifferently. This one has had enough. All of you, come over and accept your heads. The scales on Longma's entire body flickered, scarlet multicolored light winding about his body. King Chang's sounds rang out as killing intent erupted. Yi Fan waved his hand and had it step back. After carefully sensing them, he discovered a truth. These four people were far from being as frivolous and unbearable as they seemed on the surface. They were truly powerful. This was especially the case when they stood in four different directions, as if they were abiding by some sort of eternal and unchanging law. They seemed casual, yet were actually profound and unfathomable. They were definitely not simple individuals. In fact, Yi Fan sensed a dangerous aura. These four people might be even more difficult to deal with than Mount Junwei. Their frivolous behavior was most likely a facade. There won't be any suspense in killing you today. One of them provoked, his eyes sinister. Boom! Yi Fan suddenly moved and unleashed a swift and fierce attack. He turned into a blazing golden bolt of lightning and charged at one of them. He had chosen the person from not long ago. Pa! It was another solid slap to the face. Yi Fan's strength was so great that it was enough to turn a mountain range into flying ashes. However, this person was only sent flying. He was dripping with blood and his jaw was shattered. His body and soul were not completely destroyed. Roar, this person was furious. Half of his face had been smashed by Yi Fan back in the 36th region. Now, it was like this again, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. Shameless thing, I'm slapping your face. Longma shouted from the side. Yi Fan frowned. Although he had smashed this person's jaw, his golden battle force had been dissolved and entered the other party's body. What kind of mysterious technique was this? It could completely dissolve the power of an attack. It was truly a bit strange. Clang! The four of them moved at the same time. Each of them shone as if there was a field of magnetic lightning fluttering about. Each of them was covered in a hazy mist. At this moment, the four of them seemed to have condensed together and could share their lives. The injured person immediately recovered and stopped bleeding. At the same time, Yi Fan's golden battle force appeared on the four of them. It condensed into four strands and turned into four sharp swords that flew out and slashed at him. Clang, clang, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Yi Fan quickly resisted and his heart jumped. He had encountered his own force, and this was a backlash from the other party. For symbols, ancient saint formation. Yi Fan's eyes trembled. This was a strange formation. It wasn't set up on the ground but used 4 people as the formation flags. It was a human body living formation, mysterious and unfathomable. The 4 of them were definitely not mediocre. At this moment, they had set up the formation together and evolved an ancient murderous aura that could seize the fortune of heaven and earth. It was boundlessly terrifying. Yi Fan fought a great battle with them. Wondrous techniques were unceasing and golden blood chi filled the sky. However, the other party swallowed all of it and then reappeared to attack him. The Tai Chi gave birth to the Yin and Yang, and the Yin and Yang gave birth to the 4 divisions. The 4 divisions evolved into the 8 trigrams, and they evolved into the 4 symbols formation diagram. They could call the wind and summon the rain, arranging a small world of gods and devils. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Apart from fighting against the 4 experts, he still had to resist this kind of formation. He couldn't afford to underestimate it. Using people as the formation flags was very different from ordinary formations. It was very difficult to break. Yi Fan's body was shackled with 1,000,000 gene. He used the aspect formula to attack and wear down the influence of the supreme formation diagram. Finally, he slowly broke away from the predicament of fighting against his own force. Kill! Yi Fan shouted. An ancient mirror floated above his head and shone with immortal splendor. He used the battle saint technique to evolve the void mirror and wanted to use the divine light from the mirror to kill one of them. Pfft! This was a peerlessly sharp attack. One of them was pierced through and was dripping with blood. However, a dusky mist appeared around his body. The 4 of them shared the same life and quickly helped him recover. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. However, no matter how great your divine abilities are, you still have to die. Divine Spirit, revive. Formation diagram, materialize. The 4 of them shouted. Above their heads, an indistinct Tao diagram appeared. Then, it flourished with brilliance and rushed out from the top of their heads to form a true entity. Formation diagram. It wasn't formed from interweaving light. This was a true 4-sided formation diagram. It combined in the void and turned into a crescent moon as it hacked towards Yi Fan. This made his expression change. The Black Emperor had said before that once an ancient divine formation formed its own true formation diagram, its power would be dozens of times more terrifying. No wonder the 4 of them were so confident and conceited. They actually grasped an ancient formation diagram and not just a simple great formation. Chang! 5-color divine light rushed out from behind Yi Fan. 5 precious swords slashed out in rotation, all of them cutting towards this treasure diagram and releasing an ear-piercing sound. The 4 of them were shocked. Their bodies continuously trembled. That ancient diagram was scattered once again, splitting into 4 corners and returning to above their heads. Activate your essence blood and use the formation diagram to kill him. One of them spat out a mouthful of essence blood, making that corner of the formation diagram seem as if it had life. It breathed on its own and swallowed heaven and earth's spiritual essence. The other 3 did as they were told. The ancient formation diagram merged again and hacked towards Yi Fan. It could obliterate all methods in this world and even remove traces of the great Tao. Hong! This time, Yi Fan directly activated the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist. It was ferocious and domineering, valiant and unrivaled under the heavens. Golden blood energy surged like a tsunami and there were even more great golden waves that overflowed into the heavens. They scattered the clouds as if they were going to strike down the heavens. Kacha sounds rang through the air. It was extremely ear-piercing. This terrifying formation diagram was sent flying again and split into 4 corners. The 4 great experts all spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Their bodies staggered and their faces became ashen. They each held a corner of the formation diagram and carefully observed it. They discovered that there were several fine cracks on its surface. This was definitely a terrifying matter. Just how powerful was the other party's attack power? It actually cracked the supreme formation diagram a little. If it took a few more hits, it might be destroyed. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. His heart was calm. He believed that the four of them together were not weaker than Mount Junwei. Their previous performance was just a facade. Origin magnetic forbidden technique, kill. One of them roared. Dusky mist appeared on their bodies again. This was a strange power. Streaks of terrifying demonic light pierced through the heaven and earth to strangle Yi Fan. Yi Fan brandished his fists and fiercely resisted. Deafening Qingxiang sounds rang through the air as he collided with every streak of origin magnetic divine radiance. Any strand of aura that leaked out could destroy a mountain ridge. It was incomparably terrifying. This was definitely a forbidden secret technique. The divine might was extremely great. When the four of them used it at the same time, even imperial princes would be moved. Yi Fan's heart was moved. This was a supreme wondrous technique. In the hands of these four people, it truly made one sigh in admiration. The origin magnetic force was not part of the five elements. When it came to killing enemies, it would appear and disappear unpredictably. Clang clang, a terrifying sound rang out. It was as if Yi Fan was colliding with millions of heavenly swords. His entire body was enveloped by origin magnetic immortal light that could obliterate all kinds of great Tao attacks. The four symbols formation appeared again. Every corner of the formation diagram became one with its owner and fused together to protect their bodies. Meanwhile, they let go of their hands and feet, each turning into a streak of origin magnetic immortal light. They were like four human-shaped bolts of lightning as they weaved about and attacked. They could fight against Yi Fan head-on. This definitely exceeded the imagination of the people of the world. Their strength was not something ordinary people could understand. This was the wondrous effect of the supreme divine technique, allowing them to seize the initiative. Of course, every time Yi Fan brandished the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, it would make them suffer greatly. There were several times when their immortal light dimmed. They revealed their true bodies and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Mount Junwei has come to help us. This person is too powerful. One of them finally couldn't take it anymore. He was injured several times and his body almost shattered. Boom! Yi Fan waved his fist. Wind and thunder roared, the mountains and rivers lost their color, and the sun and moon lost their light. He punched through one of them, breaking all the bones in his body and shattering half of his body. Then, the other 3 transformed into human forms of origin magnetic immortal light rushed over and instantly healed this person's wounded body. They were connected in life and death. What a powerful secret technique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Dong! The 5-colored divine light merged into one. The 5 swords behind Yi Fan turned into a Dao sword and slashed at the 4 symbols formation diagram that had fused together again. Pft, pft, the 4 of them spat out blood and were sent flying. The formation diagram separated again. Everyone's face was pale and filled with disbelief. How could one person be so powerful? Fighting them alone, not even the supreme formation diagram or the forbidden secret technique could stop him. Boom! Mount Junwei's attack was accompanied by a monstrous divine might. A large hand covered the sky. This was the famous world in the palm. He wanted to melt Yi Fan into the palm. However, what awaited him was a large golden foot. Yi Fan stomped down fiercely and almost shattered the hand. With a loud rumble, the foot was withdrawn. Yi Fan forcefully broke through the technique. He stepped out of the world in the palm and confronted Mount Junwei. Chapter 1254. Mountain Lord Jun wore a purple gold crown on his head and a Qilin battle robe. His immortal aura was dense, and 2 sharp beams shot out from his eyes. Boom! The 2 beams enlarged rapidly and actually overflowed like a flood. The purple clouds surged and submerged Yi Fan like a river of stars. The great battle began and erupted in an instant. This was a strange eye technique. Mountain Lord Jun's eyes were very special and terrifying. They released an aura that could behead sages and slay saints. Until the end of time, when the seas run dry and the rocks decay, 10,000 years pass in a blink of an eye. Demonic words were transmitted. Mountain Lord Jun's hair danced chaotically and his eyes became the source of the purple light. His entire body was majestic and tall as he stood tall in the sky. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Yifan seemed to have been invaded by the power of time. A terrifying aura filled the air and continuously cut down his lifespan. It was as if thousands of years of his life force had been taken away in a single breath. The power of time? How is this possible? Longma was shocked. Time was a strange substance. Because of its existence, no one could live forever. Very few could touch upon this domain. Yet, Mount Junwei Mountain Lord actually used this kind of forbidden power. It left everyone horrified. Who could resist against time? Even if one was a great sage, he would still pass away in the river of time. Yifan's heart was pounding. The dense purple qi and the surging multicolored light all slashed at his body. It made him feel as if he was about to age 10,000 years. Boom! The golden sacred domain opened up and he moved his body. A golden taiji circle appeared and his body turned into the shape of a dragon. The power of extreme yin and extreme yang circulated, forming 2 points of balance. With a dragon's roar, Yifan rushed up with the golden circle. This was his divine form. He turned into an immortal light and collided with Mountain Lord Jun. A series of explosions rang out. Over 100 attacks were exchanged. The two attacked extremely quickly and in the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged hundreds of attacks. The purple light was scattered. Yifan retreated. The feeling of his lifespan being taken away by time disappeared and everything returned to normal. He revealed a cold smile. This wasn't the energy of time, but a type of strange divine energy that could corrode the wheel of life. It was soundless and undetectable, causing others to be affected unknowingly. However, it didn't have much of an effect on him. His saint body's blood energy was vigorous, and he immediately expelled it, blocking it outside and resolving this dangerous situation. He couldn't help but admit that those who walked on the ancient starry sky path all had their own unique points. At the very least, many of their secret techniques were unheard of and extremely rare. In the showdown between heroes, the supreme experts would emerge from the entire cosmos. After experiencing the baptism of endless trials and battles, this should be one of the essential factors for attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor. I'm really unhappy today. Can I only watch from the sidelines? Longma was dissatisfied, but he didn't act on his own. He stood in the distance and watched the battle. The Lord of Mount Junwei stood tall in the sky like a towering mountain. He stared at Yifan for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Then, he unleashed an even more terrifying attack. All types of divine light danced about. They were all wondrous techniques, and any one of them could make immortals weep. If it wasn't for the ancient formation sealing the training grounds, it would have definitely collapsed. Boom! All the mountains within 1,000 miles were uprooted like rice straws and smashed into the vaster depths of the mountain range. Some of them directly exploded in the sky. The Lord of Mount Junwei's every movement was in harmony with the heaven and earth. He was wielding the power of the great Tao. Purple light coiled around his body like a soaring dragon. 6 divinity slash. 6 divine blades suddenly appeared in front of the Lord of Mount Junwei. Each of them was tens of thousands of meters long. They were as dazzling as mountain ranges and clusters of stars. At the same time, an ancient murderous aura spread out from the 6 divine blades. It was as if 6 gods had come back to life. Kill! The Lord of Mount Junwei lightly shouted. The 6 divine blades carried the power to cleave the sun, moon, and stars as they slashed toward Yifan one after the other, destroying the heaven and earth. Roar! Yifan let out a long roar. His golden blood energy swept across thousands of miles like a tsunami. He was like a demonic god rampaging between the heaven and earth. This was an earth-shattering battle. The divine blades danced and the astral winds split the sky. Yi Fan and the Lord of Mount Junwei turned into two beams of lightning as they tangled together and fought fiercely. 10 moves, 50 moves, 100 moves. There weren't many who could exchange more than 100 moves with Yi Fan. But today, the Lord of Mount Junwei was actually able to do so. He was truly a rare expert. Screech. Yi Fan shattered the blade radiance with a kick and soared into the sky. The swastika heavenly sound rumbled like thunder. It was like a terrifying wave that could disintegrate a star domain. All the divine blades were destroyed, and the mountains and rivers were turned to ashes. The battlefield was completely bare. The Lord of Mount Junwei's hair danced in the wind. The rays of light shot out from his eyes were bone-piercingly cold. He attacked repeatedly and fought fiercely against Yi Fan. His blood essence boiled as a pillar of blood rushed out from the top of his head like a real dragon. It was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan was fearless. He used the battle saint technique to fight the strong and use violence to counter violence. This was a wild battle. The two fought until the stars and moon lost their luster. Kacha. The violet gold crown on the Lord of Mount Junwei's head exploded. His hair was disheveled, and he was like a demonic god. He was not inferior to Yi Fan. He fought until the mountains collapsed and the seas roared, shaking the training field. The intense battle between the two caused the 4 people in the distance to feel a chill. The Tao, the origin of all things, the beginning of the universe. Since ancient times, everything has been within the Tao. The Lord of Mount Junwei shouted. When he had retreated far enough, he sat cross-legged in the void. His entire body emitted waves of purple chi, and his appearance was dignified. Suddenly, a little purple person rushed out from his forehead. It was clad in battle armor and had an awe-inspiring divine aura. It was exactly the same as him and held a violet gold halberd in its hand. It looked divine and terrifying. Primordial spirit weapon. Yi Fan was astonished. That amethyst battle armor and halberd were forged for the primordial spirit. They possessed special divine abilities that specialized in killing primordial spirits. Swish. That little purple person rushed over. When its eyes opened and closed, it was incomparably frightening. The violet gold halberd in its hand emitted a fluctuation that could shatter a primordial spirit. Its speed had exceeded a limit. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. The divine ability cultivated by the Lord of Mount Junwei was somewhat similar to his own. It ignored physical distance and instantly pounced on the primordial spirit of others. At this moment, a divine light flashed in front of Yi Fan's forehead. A little golden person rushed out. There was a myriad chi cauldron above its head, and it held a deity striking whip in its hand. Clang, clang. The 2 fist-sized people, one gold and one purple, were even more blazing and swift than lightning. They continuously collided, emitting dazzling light and incomparably terrifying fluctuations. A few ferocious birds and ferocious beasts 1,000 miles away couldn't withstand the pressure, and their primordial spirits directly collapsed. This was a strange ripple with astonishing destructive power. In the back, the 4 experts with the origin magnetic immortal light turned pale. They raised the formation diagram and turned into the origin magnetic body. Only then did they barely manage to block the terrifying divine waves. Clang! In the fierce battle, the battle halberd in the hand of the little purple person was broken into 3 parts by Yi Fan's battle saint technique. At the same time, the deity striking whip in his hand smashed a piece of its armor. Boom! A torrential purple light surged as the primordial spirit of Mount Junwei fled. The little golden person was in hot pursuit, wanting to kill him once and for all. A powerful saint artifact blocked the way, buying time for the little purple person to return to its body and retreat to a safe distance. Yi Fan's primordial spirit was blocked, so he no longer pursued. He returned to his physical body at the first moment. His blood energy surged into the sky as he retreated to the 37th zone. Primal chaos. Mount Junwei's expression was grave and stern. He only shouted these 2 words. Suddenly, a misty fog flowed around him and the primal chaos surged out. He had grasped a portion of the primal chaos law, which was extremely terrifying. This involved the power of creation. He could mobilize the power of the entire world for his own use to suppress Yifan. Break! Yifan's entire body erupted with brilliance. Ancient stars flowed within the blood within his body, his bone marrow containing streaks of stellar streams. It was as if he had turned into a deity, every inch of his flesh a treasure trove. Right now, it was completely opened. Mount Junwei attacked with the power of creation, while Yifan opened the doors in his body, channeling the power of creation into the treasure trove. The two blended together to form a terrifying balance. Mount Junwei released his power to his heart's content. He wanted to destroy Yifan with his terrifying laws and divine abilities. However, that place was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled no matter what. Ah! Mount Junwei spurted out blood. He couldn't bear this kind of consumption. Yifan coldly said, "You can open a small piece of heaven and earth. I can naturally refine a small part of the universe. I'll borrow your divine abilities to refine my indestructible body." Boom! Mount Junwei was sent flying. His body was covered in blood. The two fought for 800 rounds before he was finally defeated and gravely injured. "Let's go together and kill him." The four behind saw this and rushed forward at the same time. The formation appeared again, and immortal magnetic light shot out in a merciless sweep. Longma wanted to go forward but was stopped by Yifan. He fought the five alone, and the more he fought, the more valiant he became. He first cut open the incomplete primal chaos laws, and then he swept through the four. Kill! At this moment, Mountain Lord Jun also used all of his divine force, doing everything he could to kill Yifan. He attacked unscrupulously. He held the violet shield in his left hand and the divine blood spear in his right. Both were saint weapons. His body's potential was ignited, and his blood energy surged to the sun and moon, drowning out the land. The four behind him formed a formation and also used forbidden weapons. Every one of their essence blood rushed to the heavens, and they fought with all their might to obliterate Yifan. This was a clash of the strongest. It was a battle of blood and fire. The shackles on Yifan's hands and feet clanked. They weighed 1,000,000 pounds, and it would indeed affect his fighting ability when fighting against a great enemy. However, his body was tyrannical to the extreme, and he was invincible. He slowly forgot about it. Kill! Both sides roared and shattered the sky. Every strike could break mountains and rivers for thousands of miles. Roar! Yifan let out a long roar, and his golden battle aura submerged one of them. His fist passed through, and that person let out an unwilling roar before exploding into a bloody mess. Ah! The other three's eyes were red as they madly attacked. They fought with all their might against Yifan. Blood splashed everywhere, showing the cruelty and tragedy. Mount Junwei's hair was disheveled, and he had long lost his calm. He angrily roared and stabbed forward with the divine blood spear. At this moment, Yifan struck out with a shocking fist. It was extremely stunning. The golden fist pierced through the purple shield in Mount Junwei's left hand and broke it into pieces. A powerful force spread out. Not only was Mount Junwei's left arm broken, but even the left half of his body was convulsing. It was unknown how many bones were broken. And the most shocking thing was that Yifan snatched the divine blood spear and used both his arms to break it. With two popping sounds, he threw the broken spear away. Two people in the back screamed and fell into a pool of blood. Both of their foreheads had been pierced through, and blood splattered everywhere. They died a violent death. Yifan swept through the enemies and waved the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Mount Junwei exchanged dozens of blows with him, and finally, he could not hold on any longer. His arms broke inch by inch, and the lower half of his body was smashed. The upper half of his body flew out and fell into a pool of blood. Yifan was like a demonic god as he stepped on the blood and bones of his enemies. Chapter 1255. You're the indestructible golden body from the Emperor Burial Star? Mount Lord Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. Only the upper half of his body remained in the pool of blood. Yifan's eyes flickered. The other party knew many secrets. It was necessary to explore his sea of consciousness to get to the bottom of it. Xiao. Not far away, a figure rushed up, wanting to escape. It was the only survivor of the four beasts formation who hadn't been pierced by the spear. Yi Fan didn't even turn his head. A golden blood bead appeared on his fingertip. The moment he flicked it out, the heavens and the earth split apart. Many demonic phantoms appeared, lingering around the blood bead and piercing through the person's body. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream. His body seemed to have been hit by a mountain. His flesh was badly mutilated, and only his head remained. Just as his primordial spirit was about to rush up, Longma stepped forward. A large hoof landed on it, ready to trample it at any moment. The Emperor Burial Star, you really came from there. It's the indestructible golden body. Who would have thought that after 100,000 years of silence, your physique would appear again? Mount Lord Jun revealed a surprised expression. You know quite a lot. Tell me everything you know. Don't wait for me to search your sea of consciousness, said Yi Fan. I admit that you're very strong, but you're not invincible on this path. There will be people who will kill you in the future. Mount Lord Jun laughed hysterically. He was incomparably sad. Today, he had been completely defeated. He no longer had any hope of fighting for supremacy on the Emperor's path. Is that so? Who are those people? Yi Fan asked indifferently. There are many people who have more than one enemy. Even the indestructible golden body can't laugh proudly until the end. You're only one of the witnesses of a legend. You're not a supreme being. Mount Junwei laughed heartily, but his face was covered with tears. Witness a legend? Yi Fan said coldly. The glory of the legendary era will reappear. Even the powerful indestructible golden body will become a green leaf. The physique that was inferred and hypothesized in the past has appeared. You can't do it. Junwei Mountain Lord was dejected and dejected. He roared at the top of his lungs. He felt incomparably miserable for not even being able to pass the first trial of the human race. Then tell me in detail. Let's see how I will wither on the road ahead, Yi Fan said calmly. The legend has reappeared, and the divine star of nature shines brightly. Not to mention anything else, just the two types of people you've heard of are enough to kill you. Mountain Lord Jun felt a sense of loss in his heart. Perhaps only by talking about the glory of others could he suppress Yi Fan and make him feel a trace of illusory dignity. Forget it, I won't say it. Wait until you actually encounter it and experience that kind of fear for yourself. Mount Junwei Mountain Lord suddenly laughed like a madman. In the future, I'd like to see who can kill me, Yi Fan said coldly. He prepared to take action, to search this person's sea of consciousness, but he didn't dare go too far, fearing that he would immediately self-destruct. Boom! Half of Mountain Lord Junwei Mountain Lord's body was burning, and his primordial spirit was like a torch. The little purple person came out of his body and was surrounded by a flame of primal chaos, on the verge of disintegration. Yi Fan's expression changed. He had no way to stop it. It was very difficult to stop an expert of this level from self-destructing. After all, he hadn't completely stopped it. He stared at the flame of primal chaos and seemed to have realized something. He looked at Mount Junwei Mountain Lord and allowed him to self-destruct. Have you thought of something? You should know that I've only seen a portion of the primal chaos divine chains of order, but what you will face in the future is... Ha! Yi Fan frowned. This kind of physique had never appeared before, and even if it did, it wouldn't be pure. It was said that it could only be seen in the era of legends, and the probability was so low that it was negligible. Indestructible golden body, you are very powerful, but you are really just a green leaf. It is precisely because of your lush verdant nature that you can set off the brilliance of those divine flowers. Their radiance will spread throughout the universe. His body was turned to ashes under the flames. The little purple person was in incomparable pain and was about to be completely obliterated, walking on the final path of self-destruction. I have been defeated and am far inferior to you, but it will be difficult for you to reach the end of this path. 100,000 years ago, several people of the indestructible golden body fell, killed by another type of supreme physique. As long as they know that you came from the Emperor Burial Star, the indestructible golden body's old enemy will definitely turn around and kill you. The little purple person was full of sorrow. He screamed and roared crazily as he walked towards the end of death. Yi Fan's expression changed. He thought of the past events of the primordial era. There were some divine physiques that stepped on the ancient starry sky path and shed blood in outer space, dying in battle in the cosmos. It was rumored that this was done by a certain type of terrifying old enemy. Of course, not all of those battles were lost. There were also some divine physiques that won, killing their peerless enemies and returning to the ancient Big Dipper star domain. The era of legends has arrived, and some people that shouldn't have appeared have been born. Am I just a green leaf that serves as a foil? Yi Fan said softly, and then he laughed coldly. He stared at the little purple person and said, "Legends are meant to be broken." Boom! Mountain Lord June's purple primordial spirit was shattered and scattered into the heaven and earth. The last traces of his life completely disappeared, and he could no longer witness the various legends of the Emperor Path. Yi Fan looked at the other person. He only had a head left, and it was full of fear. It was trampled under Longma's hooves. He was extremely unwilling and didn't want to die, but he knew that there was no hope at all. In fact, from Yi Fan's point of view, the other four were even more valuable than Mountain Lord June. That origin magnetic immortal light was extremely bizarre, and it was truly a peerless secret technique. Mountain Lord June was only able to fight against him because of his own strength, but these four relied on the mysteriousness and sharpness of the secret technique to contend against him. I want the four symbols formation, and also the cultivation method of the origin magnetic immortal light, Yi Fan said. You won't get it. If you force me, I'll directly shatter my own consciousness. This person's face was snow white. He appeared fierce but was actually weak at heart. The panic in his eyes betrayed the weakness in his heart. Hand over what I want, and I'll let you escape 800 li away. If you can escape from here, I'll let you live, Yi Fan said. This person's face was deathly pale. He wanted to bargain, but after seeing Yi Fan's coldness, he immediately stopped talking. He threw away the four-sided formation and his head flew into the sky. Yi Fan caught it and studied it carefully. The four-sided formation merged together and turned into a half-moon shape. It was sparkling and translucent as if it was carved out of suet jade. On it, there were many small words written in the immemorial divine language. It recorded a secret technique called Origin Magnetic Immortal Light. It's indeed a world-shocking divine technique. It's actually engraved on the precious four symbols formation to protect the inheritance from destruction. Yi Fan sighed and firmly remembered the secret technique in his heart. I feel that this half-moon formation is not bad, Longma said with squinted eyes. Yi Fan nodded. This formation was no small matter. After it was arranged, it could trap many great enemies and was difficult to break through. He flicked his hand and tossed it to Longma. Then, he took out a large bow that he had personally forged during the 10 years of bloody battles. He used the tendons of a flood dragon as the bowstring and the ancient tree spirit as the body of the bow. He pulled out a bone arrow and knocked it on the bowstring, shooting it out in an instant. A streak of white light flew out 800 li in an instant. The escaping head could already see the exit. He originally thought that he could live, but at this time, he was pierced through by an arrow. With a pu sound, he turned into crushed flesh and broken bones. A bloody mist drifted into the air. He died a violent death. The bone arrow was refined from the bone spurs on the backs of saint-level ancient beasts. Yi Fan killed saint beasts and collected several dozen of them, refining them into arrow feathers. With a flash of white light, Yi Fan put away the arrow feathers. He didn't waste them, because he didn't know how many dangers there were ahead. The whole world became quiet. Yi Fan's people had almost wiped out all the cultivators in the two great regions. They had fought across realms and annihilated all the heroes. Everywhere he passed, the surviving birds and beasts all trembled and went into hibernation. They were incomparably terrified and didn't dare to come out. Lama fiddled with the four symbols formation diagram and was immersed in a state of incomparable joy. It was convinced that the four people hadn't displayed the full power of the ancient formation. Yi Fan left the devastated battlefield and sat cross-legged on a stone peak. His heart was calm and filled with a sense of harvest. The wonderful origin magnetism technique was definitely a supreme divine technique. It was comparable to the divine rainbow light obtained from the eternal star domain and was extremely rare. This kind of secret technique made it so difficult to deal with four people who weren't extremely outstanding. From this, it could be seen that it was extraordinary and could be mentioned on the same level as the ancient emperor's forbidden technique. Yi Fan possessed the battle saint technique, so he cultivated other secret techniques at an exceptionally fast speed. 4 hours later, a hazy gray mist appeared on his body and the magnetic force appeared. Then, he evolved once again. The gray mist dissipated and turned into magnetic electricity that curled around Yi Fan's body. Chi-La. Yi Fan's entire body turned into a streak of human-shaped immortal light. It swept through the mountain range in front of him like breaking dry weeds and smashing everything into ashes. What a powerful secret technique! Longma was astonished and felt a wave of desire. Then, it began to ponder over it as well. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't feel the joy of completing the divine ability, because there was still a bit of distance from perfection. He lacked a type of divine magnetic to assist him in cultivation, so he couldn't complete it. This type of secret technique is too wondrous. It truly is terrifying beyond compare. Longma also comprehended a few things. It turned into an electromagnetic horse and soared into the sky, releasing tsunami-like fluctuations. They realized that if they wanted to cultivate this technique, they needed to go deep into the earth and capture the legendary divine magnetic. Only then would they be able to reach perfection. This is St. Fall Island and not a true ancient star. Without a divine magnetic, it will be difficult to continue cultivating. Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the ancient mountain range. He began to comprehend the great Tao of this place. The forbidden secret technique was extremely important, but right now, completing the trial mission was even more important. His body and mind became clear, cleansed of murderous energy. His body flickered with precious splendor as he merged with all things in nature. The Tao of nature. Yi Fan sighed and opened his eyes. He used half a day's time to capture the great Tao of the ancients and comprehend its essence. Soon after, he opened the scripture that Princess Yu Dai gave him. He read it while comprehending it, merging with heaven and earth. Humans follow the earth follows the heavens follow the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. Yi Fan said softly. His entire body shone with sparkling light. The fresh air of plants blew over, cleansing his body of murderous energy and making his heart feel empty. Ape cries and tiger roars sounded from the depths of the mountains again. The trial grounds became peaceful again. It is indeed an unparalleled great Tao, but it is not my Tao. After who knew how much time had passed, Yi Fan closed the ancient scroll. He stood up and smashed his fist into the heavens. Golden light pierced into the cosmos and broke through the restrictions. The entire ancient land was almost destroyed. Who is this? Outside of St. Fall Island, a few soldiers' expressions changed. Even the great commander riding on the heavenly wolf was shaken. He then shook his head and told them not to pay attention to him. 100 scriptures nurtured in the furnace. I will walk the path of being unrivaled in the present age and shatter legends. Yi Fan said to himself. Chapter 1256. The mountains swayed, and all beasts were startled. They turned into a flood as they fled within the mountain range. Flocks of birds spread their wings and flew into the distance. They were terrified by the aura released by Yi Fan, and most of them directly fell limp onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A moment later, Yi Fan calmed down. His blood energy was restrained, and his body and mind were clear. He strolled within the mountains. The great Tao of nature, the miraculous scripture of establishing the Tao. Even though it is not my Tao, it is still an inheritance. It was difficult for Yi Fan to calmly walk this path, but he knew that this was a type of Tao establishing immortal scripture. There were too many areas worth learning from. For the sake of completing the trial and walking his own path, he seriously comprehended it for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then did he get up and leave. The 36th region had long been empty. The middle-aged Daoist nun and a total of 23 people were all killed by Yi Fan, so no outsiders stepped foot here. The 37th region was also quiet. Following the death of Mount Junwei's group of 5, no other contenders appeared. Yi Fan moved between the 2 regions, but he couldn't find any opponents. A 50,000-year-old young medicine king. Longma bit off half of it like a cabbage. He was extremely satisfied. If others saw this, they would definitely be heartbroken and curse him for being a wastrel. There were many ancient medicines on St. Fall Island, but those that reached tens of thousands of years of age were rare. After all, every 10,000 years, a group of people would pass through. In the following days, Yi Fan began to cross realms. His figure appeared in the 5 left and 5 right realms. There was a pile of shackles on his body that weighed millions of jin. It was as if they were cast from blood-colored divine iron. They flickered with light and were extremely astonishing. Finally, he set his eyes on the central forbidden region. He advanced with Longma. There were holy beasts roaring there, and bloody light rushed into the sky. St. Fall Island had a total of 50 regions. The first 49 regions were the trial grounds, and the last region was a bit special. It was located at the center of the island and was connected to every other region. The great commander had warned that there was no need to let the trial takers approach this place. They only needed to finish comprehending in the first 49 regions. It was rumored that the central region was a forbidden region. Even if ancient saints entered, they would most likely die. It had always been the burial ground of experts. Yi Fan and Longma continued forward. They did not encounter any danger along the way. It was only when they approached this place that they sensed a baleful aura. Black clouds surged. The enormous mountain towered into the heavens, as if it pierced into the cosmos. One could see the wings of terrifying creatures that looked like winged dragons. That was only a type of vicious bird. It could tear apart quite a few trial takers, but it wasn't in existence at the very top of the food chain. Facing the waves of powerful auras, it was trembling. What exactly is there in the central forbidden zone that attracted a group of powerful existences to occupy it and refuse to leave? There must be some secret. When Yi Fan finally entered, he immediately felt an indescribable killing intent, as if it came from ancient times. Longma followed behind, feeling a little uncertain, because it soon discovered a holy beast spying on them from a primitive forest in the distance. They had only just entered, but they had already encountered a saint beast. Only the heavens knew how terrifying the strongest existence here was. Rumble, Longma trampled out a skull that was the size of a stone roller. It seemed like it had already experienced hundreds of thousands of years, yet it still hadn't completely decayed. Sacred bone, this doesn't belong to humans. Back then, a bitter battle took place here. Longma said to itself. This mountain is a bit strange. Yi Fan was incredibly bewildered. There was a mountain up ahead. It wasn't that tall, but there was an extremely bitter aura spreading outwards. There weren't many plants on it, and they were all ancient Yin trees. There was very little soil on it, its entire body a grayish-white color. It looked quite precipitous, and when one touched it with their hands, it released waves of clear and melodious sounds. No, this is a tooth, not a mountain peak. Yi Fan finally saw some clues. This was 100 zhang tall, short mountain made of teeth. This was just too horrifying. Just how enormous was this creature? A single tooth was comparable to a mountain peak. Just how enormous was its original form? At this moment, they finally understood why this place was called Sacred Fall Island. The battle back then was definitely world-shocking, and many saints died. I saw another holy beast. Longma warned with a soft voice. A pangolin's entire body was lead gray in color. It wasn't that large, only a dozen or so zhang in length. It passed through a stone mountain and disappeared ahead. Zheng zheng zheng. Suddenly, Yi Fan and the others suffered an attack. When they entered a swamp, waves of sword radiance surged. This was the power of a saint. There were dried bones floating within the swamp. An expanse of divine chains of order interweaved here, wishing to strangle Yi Fan and Longma to death. Holy might surged, and the power of natural laws pervaded the air. This is a battlefield. The experts who died, the natural laws they left behind haven't scattered to this day. For later generations, this is a battlefield of slaughter, but for a few powerful holy beasts, it is a rare place to comprehend the Tao. Longma said. Now, Yi Fan's fighting strength increased greatly, so it was naturally difficult for him to trap them. All of the natural laws were suppressed by him, making this place slowly calm down. Xiao. A spirit monster cultivated from a water flood dragon had chewed on an ancient saint's bone and possessed extraordinary divine abilities. It attacked Yi Fan and the others. In the end, Longma's hooves directly trampled it to death. A pool of dirty blood appeared, ending its life. The creatures here are quite strange. They can't be measured by cultivation realm. They actually ate a saint's bone and dared to attack us. They became even more careful and continued on their way. After walking for a long time, they discovered an ancient cave at the foot of a stone mountain. Flames surged, blazing and surging. Yi Fan's expression became sluggish. He felt an emotional fluctuation of despair. He walked in, and then immediately afterwards, he retreated, a layer of sweat appearing on his body. Tao transformation power. This fiery cave was left behind by an expert who transformed into the Tao. Even now, the Tao flames still hadn't been extinguished. He and Longma almost fell into eternal damnation. F***ck. Longma continuously cursed. Just now, it was just half a step away from passively transforming into the Tao. Fortunately, its cultivation was strong enough, and it made it through this disaster. The central forbidden zone is full of danger. We can't be careless. They encountered 24 dangers along the way, and in the end, they passed through all of them. They arrived at the deepest part, where blood energy was like sword radiance, piercing through the sky and disappearing into the sky. Moreover, accompanied by the clanging of swords, a powerful murderous intent appeared, making one's soul palpitate. A blood lake. Blood energy rushed into the sky, and sword radiance clanged. All of it originated from a blood lake. Its diameter was 5 li, and it was bright red and dazzling. Blood clouds surged, and mist rose. One could feel the ancient murderous intent from far away. Streaks of bloody radiance shot into the sky. A Tenjiang blood lake, the burial ground of the ancestors. Beside the blood lake, there was a stone tablet. Under the corrosion of time, half of it had long since decayed, and one could barely make out the primordial divine characters on it. A Tenjiang blood lake? Why do I see 10 li? Longma was puzzled. So many years had passed, and the sea had turned into mulberry fields. The Tenjiang blood pool had become a lake, but the killing intent within the blood had yet to dissipate. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying the killing intent the enemy had injected into this expert's body when he died. There's a spiritual imprint here. Yi Fan was astonished. No wonder it's called the ancient trial path of the strongest. Every step is for the sake of tempering oneself, allowing the later generations to become stronger. Longma sighed. This was a spiritual imprint, and it spoke of a principle. Apart from the enemy, one was also the strongest opponent. There was a blood-colored battlefield here, and it could provide the later generations with the conditions to fight against themselves. It could allow the trial takers to understand themselves better and continuously transform. In this ancient battlefield, to be able to instantly create a copy of oneself, what kind of heaven-defying method is this? Longma couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The one who created this ancient battlefield definitely had the ability to seize the natural luck. Anyone who entered could evolve a second self. The blood-colored battlefield was in the middle of the lake, and there were bloody cracks everywhere. Yi Fan and Longma didn't hesitate and each entered a bloody crack. Boom! Not long after Yi Fan entered, a world-shaking battle began. The bloody crack closed and turned into a sealed world. This battle shocked the world, but it was a pity that no one could see it. 3 days later, Yi Fan's entire body was covered in golden blood, and he had suffered devastating injuries. Even with the secret character, a supreme healing immortal art, it was still so bitter. There was no other reason. He let go of his limbs and fought with him. He knew the secret arts, and so did that person. That person was very clear about his battle skills. This was the most bitter battle in Yi Fan's life. No one else could compare to him. They were evenly matched, and they fought crazily. When Yi Fan came out, Longma was vomiting. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was about to turn into a pile of mud. Even his white bones were exposed. I've never hated myself as much as I do today. Why is it so hard to beat up? I can't kill him no matter what. My true body was almost lost inside. Longma cursed again and again. He vomited while cursing. It seemed like he had gone crazy during the battle. I found a way to raise my cultivation. In the future, the 1 chi into 3 pure ones will be my mortal enemy. Yi Fan dragged his tired and injured body and said, "Don't, it's fine here. If we fight like this in the real world, you might be killed by yourself." Longma warned. In this place, even if his true body died, he could still revive in the end. This was the beauty of the blood battlefield. Unfortunately, everyone only had one chance. They couldn't fight a second time. Yi Fan and Longma retreated and returned to the 36th region. They started to heal. Longma vomited for 2 days before slowly regaining his composure. "Do you think there are others fighting with you?" Longma asked. "Of course, there are definitely others who entered." Yi Fan replied. "I hope they want to vomit when they see me." Longma cursed maliciously. Dang, on the 12th day, a bell rang throughout the St. Fall Island. Time was up. All the challengers had to leave or they would be sealed here. Yi Fan changed out of his tattered battle clothes and washed the blood off his body in a lake. He put on a new set of battle clothes and rode Longma out. At this moment, his essence, chi, and spirit had reached an astonishing level. His blood chi was like the ocean and his spirit was condensed like immortal light. He seemed to have been reborn. There were people at every exit. Experts from various star fields were either injured or in high spirits. They walked out of the trial grounds. Tuoba Yu from the Human King's ancient star field has come out. As expected, he is elegant and confident. He is a hero of his generation. Many people felt as if he had gone through a baptism when they saw this young master in embroidered clothes. His entire body had an indescribable aura. Amitba. A Buddhist chant sounded out, and Ku Tuchuo from the ancient Amitba star field walked out. The birthmark on his face, which looked like a knife scar, shone with Buddhist light. Then, Yu Xian from the feather ancient star field appeared. She smiled sweetly and her graceful figure made many people's eyes light up. The powerful Wuxia Mo and the mysterious Mu Guanghan also walked out. There were no accidents. Why hasn't anyone from the 36th and 37th districts come out yet? Oh, that nun went to kill the cultivator named Yi Fan with more than 20 people. Did she not find him and is waiting for him at the exit? It's very possible. With so many people, even a seed-level cultivator would have a hard time. It's almost certain death for one person to fight so many people alone. Mount Junwei and 4 powerful cultivators entered the 37th district. Why haven't they come out yet? Did he cross over to help? It's said that the Lord of Mount Junwei is a seed-ranked powerhouse with shocking divine might. If he were to help, it could be said to be a massacre. Everyone was waiting and looking at the 36th district. Even people like Ku Tuchuo, Wuxia Mo, Yu Xian, and Mu Guanghan were paying attention. Chapter 1257. Feather Fairy was young and beautiful. Her hair danced in the wind, and her waist was small. Her figure was tall and slender, and her skin was like fine jade. A sweet smile hung on her face, attracting everyone's attention. She was currently conversing with Wuxia Mo and said, I saw an afterimage in the 50th region. He was refining an ancient weapon in front of the misty cave. That should be Brother Wuxia, right? Wuxia Mo was tall and sturdy. His temples were grizzled, but he didn't look old at all. He gave off a feeling of vicissitudes that others would never forget. He nodded his head and didn't say anything. A delicate and pretty scholar wearing a moon-white robe and holding a folding fan sighed and said, "That demonic halberd was truly astonishing. It was as heavy as a mountain and crushed a saint's bones and a few holy tombs. Was it made of black patterned gold?" It was obvious that this delicate and pretty scholar named Luo Ji was also an expert. Otherwise, how could he enter the last region and see Wuxia Mo refining a weapon? The expressions of the people in the surroundings changed after hearing this. Those who could enter the central forbidden region were naturally the most powerful group of people, yet Wuxia Mo actually had this kind of weapon. This was truly terrifying. I saw someone who crossed 10 regions. It was Miss Feather Fairy, right? Wuxia Mo said. This was a man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. This was the first time he opened his mouth and spoke. His voice was cold and magnetic, making people feel that he had experienced many stories. What? She crossed 10 regions alone? Feather Fairy looks so delicate and pretty, but her physical body is this powerful? Quite a few people were shocked. This fairy-like girl's smile was enough to topple cities. She was sweet and full of vitality like a little girl who hadn't grown up, yet she was actually this powerful. In just a moment, everyone's attention shifted from Wuxia Mo's weapon and began to pay attention to this delicate yet powerful girl. She was definitely someone who couldn't be underestimated. On the other side, there was an even more tense atmosphere. A few people claimed that they saw a demonic person who devoured the flesh of living people. He was among the crowd. "Miss Mu, did you fight with that person?" "I think I saw a world-shaking battle in the first region," a cultivator asked. Quite a few people looked towards a stunning and arrogant girl, Mu Guanghan. She couldn't be considered the most beautiful, but she had an otherworldly temperament. Even if she stood in a sea of people, people would still notice her with a single glance. Mu Guanghan frowned and did not answer. Her expression made people believe that such a thing must have happened. Some gazes secretly gathered on the young master from the Human King Ancient Star Field because some people had seen him cross over from the 5th region to the 1st region. This was an indescribable pressure. The people involved didn't say anything, didn't express their stance, but there was a force that led people to speculate. "The strongest ancient trial depends on strength," said Ku Tuchuo from the Umatba Star Field. "Yeah, in the end, we still need to fight an unrivaled battle. However, there are people who want to stir up so many conflicts in the dark." Someone added. Rumble. A flood surged out. 13 mounts charged out, every single one of them surging with blood essence like an ocean, berserk like a tide. Their iron hooves trampled the heavens and the earth, causing this part of the universe to tremble. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland appeared. Every single one of them was incomparably powerful and was one of the most difficult powers to deal with. Just their mounts alone had 2 or 3 holy beasts. Their leader was just like before, silent and callous, never taking the initiative to speak. His upper body was bare, his bronze skin flowing with precious splendor. The old wolf he sat on restrained its essence energy, making others feel fear. Beside him, the number 2 figure wore an azure battle suit. The helmet covered even his face, only revealing a pair of eyes. The azure light was intimidating, and there was a type of terrifying demonic aura contained within. The azure dragon he sat on released a great roar, blood energy and holy might rushing out at the same time, startling many ancient beasts into chaos, almost collapsing onto the ground. However, not a single cultivator berated them, clearly not willing to provoke the ancient star field's riders. One person was one thing, but there were actually 13 of them. This was a group of tigers and dragons. Truly regretful, I didn't see him. Did he fall inside? Hee hee. The 12th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland laughed terrifyingly. If he could escape from the hands of 23 experts, then he could also be considered a character. I fear that he would have long turned into mud. the 13th brother said coldly. In reality, they weren't the only ones who were concerned. Most people were paying attention to the 36th region, all of them wishing to see the results and see who could come out alive. The passage trembled, as if a flood was battering over. Rumbling sounds rang through the air, shaking up the heavens. A wave of biting cold killing intent pervaded the air. Everyone knew that the one inside was about to come out. This was the stampede of mounts. It seems like the one named Yifan has fallen. It's like a flood of steel, this is the hoof sound of a group of mounts. He has failed. That type of terrifying vibration was like a tsunami. Many people revealed looks of shock, deducing this result. The 36th region's result has been revealed, but why is the 37th region's Junwei Mountain Lord nowhere to be seen? Could it be that he crossed realms to fight, ultimately coming out from the 36th region? That's true. We haven't seen a single person cross realms from another region yet. Everyone's eyes focused on the exit in front of them. Truly boring, he died just like that. He was only so-so, yet he dared to make us his enemy. Truly laughable. One of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland shook his head coldly. Rumble. A streak of fiery light rushed out, followed by all kinds of electromagnetic radiance. Longma tore apart the heavens, rushing out with a desolate aura. It was as if a magnificent army had arrived. Everyone was shaken. In the end, only one person appeared, and it was completely different from what they had imagined. It's him, the one named Yifan. He's the only one who came out alive. The female Daoist nun and those experts, have they all fallen? Not a single one of them appeared. He killed everyone by himself? It was actually this kind of result. Inconceivable. He broke through the terrifying trap. Many people revealed shocked expressions. They couldn't believe that Yifan had appeared by himself. He was like a flood as he swept through the starry sky. The 12th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland immediately shut his mouth, but the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger as he stared coldly at the man and horse. The crowd revealed strange expressions. At this moment, everyone could see that this was a peak expert of the same generation, an absolute seed character. This was an incomparably glorious battle record. Not only in name but also in reality, he killed his way out unscathed despite facing so many people. This caused alarm bells to ring in many people's hearts. They listed him as an extremely dangerous character. Even the other seed experts were paying attention to him, remaining silent. Very strong. Among the 20 soldiers, there were also people discussing in low voices. The commander on the heavenly wolf nodded and didn't say anything. That was because there was no lack of geniuses on the strongest ancient road. After so many years, they had already witnessed some inconceivable heaven-defying existences. Why hasn't there been any movement from the 37th region? No one has come out. Everyone discovered the abnormality. That place was extremely quiet, and Mountain Lord Junwei had yet to appear. Everyone's hearts jumped. They all looked towards Yifan, only to see that he was extremely calm as he sat on the Longma, gazing at the starry sky. He didn't pay attention to these things. Heavens, Mountain Lord Junwei couldn't have fallen inside, right? He actually didn't come out. It's said that he's an extremely powerful character and many people thought highly of him. Yet, he couldn't even pass the first trial of the human race? At first, everyone was still rather calm. But later on, no one appeared. Everyone understood that it was impossible for Mountain Lord Junwei to come out. Many people revealed expressions of shock. Could it be that all of this was done by the cultivator named Yifan? Did he cross realms and kill Mountain Lord Junwei? Or could it be that Mountain Lord Junwei helped the middle-aged Daoist nun enter the 36th region and was killed by Yifan just like that? One of the 3 great experts under the guide took out an iron medallion and struck it towards the heavens. It emitted a gentle holy radiance that covered the entire St. Fall Island. After a period of time, he put away the iron medallion and said, "Those who are alive have all come out. This time's trial has ended." The dust settled. Mountain Lord Junwei had fallen here, causing many people to discuss this. They revealed strange expressions as they stared at Yifan. Many people felt that he was too ferocious. He killed close to 30 people by himself. These were all experts who had stepped onto the starry sky ancient road. How could any of them be ordinary? There are a total of 363 survivors. Let's go. The human race's first trial's great commander said. This time, the main goal was to comprehend the great Tao. It wasn't a battle between experts. Moreover, everyone consciously scattered into the 49 regions, so there wouldn't be too many conflicts. Despite this being the case, there were still 70 or so people who lost their lives. One could see just how cruel the trial path was. This was only the beginning. If this continued, when the true experts confronted each other, not many people would be able to survive. Many people's expressions changed. A total of 70 people lost their lives, and that cultivator named Yifan killed 28 experts by himself. This is truly a bit terrifying. The group of people all looked towards Yifan. This was a taciturn killer who was truly not easy to provoke. Many people viewed him as a great enemy and felt restraining fear. They felt that unless it was absolutely necessary, they would temporarily not clash with him. Of course, not everyone was apprehensive. The most powerful individuals remained calm from start to finish. Meanwhile, the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland domain were even more indifferent. The 13th and 12th brothers' hostility was not concealed at all. Soon, there would be a massacre. An altar appeared in the void. All types of patterns interweaved. More than 300 people stepped onto the ancient transport formation. Then, divine radiance flourished. They began to travel through the cosmos. The human race's first trial was extremely peaceful. People came and went on the streets. It was extremely bustling and lively. Everyone felt different after returning again. Congratulations to everyone for taking the first step to success. In a few days, you all will leave and embark on the most glorious journey. Please cherish your final moments in the human race's #1 city. The great commander gave them a few words of encouragement. Then, he had everyone disperse. Brother Yi, it really is great that you were able to return safely. Roy Wei, who came from the Dried Heaven Domain's small world, walked up and said happily. He had previously wanted to travel together with Yifan into the 36th region to lend him a helping hand, but he was refused. Now, he went up to congratulate him. This is only the beginning. It's too early to congratulate. Yifan said with a smile. A good beginning is half the battle. Brother Yi, how about I treat you to a drink? A pleasant voice was heard. The feather immortal arrived gracefully. Her white cheeks, sweet smile, and sparkling teeth were a combination that could move cities. On the other side, the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland domain came over. One of them said, "Apologies, Fairy Feather. Can I trouble you for a moment? We need to use this person for 15 minutes. Is that okay?" The feather immortal smiled. Her dress fluttered as if she was a fairy standing on the surface of a lake. She was indescribably elegant and moving. You shouldn't be asking me. You should be asking Brother Yi. Brother Yi, let's go. The 12th of the 13 steeds walked up coldly and said with a tone that could not be refused. Yifan glanced at them and said, "Sorry, I like beauties. I'm not interested in you." Chapter 1258. The 12th brother's eyes became cold. Rather than saying this was a ridicule, it was better to say that this was a form of contempt and provocation. Clang! The 12th brother's spine made a sound as a demonic blade rushed out. Using his body as a scabbard, it nurtured a blood-colored blade. The cold air was oppressive as the blade radiance cut through the sky. The street immediately quieted down to the point where even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stopped and looked over. It had to be said that the 13 steeds were too powerful. Even the 12th brother, who was ranked at the bottom, displayed a frightening battle aura. The smile on Yifan's face disappeared as he looked at him coldly without a trace of killing intent. However, there was an intimidating aura. 12th brother, what are you doing? I originally asked you to invite Brother Yi out of good intentions, but why are you always so unruly? It was clearly good intentions, but in the end, it turned into conflict. On the back of the azure dragon, the man covered from head to toe in azure gold armor spoke. As the second in command of the 13 steeds, he possessed a dignity that could not be offended. The 12th brother's expression became sluggish as the blood-colored blade slowly disappeared into his body. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I originally wanted to invite you for a drink to dissolve the unhappiness from before, but I never thought that the misunderstanding would deepen. Since you have an appointment with a beautiful woman, we won't disturb you any longer. The second in command of the 13 steeds said. His eyes contained a strange power. There was no distinction between the white of his eyes and the pupil of his eyes. The azure light was frightening and resplendent, as if he was the reincarnation of a demonic god. With that, without waiting for Yi Fan's reply, the leaders turned their mounts around and left while tearing through the sky. Everyone dodged out of the way. The divine steeds at the bottom coldly glanced at Yi Fan a few times. Their faces were expressionless as they also rode away on their beasts. Their battle aura surged. Brother Ye's name shakes the #1 city of the human race. Even the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland had to give way. Truly admirable. Feather Immortal had a faint smile on her bright and beautiful face. Her pure white feather clothes fluttered in the wind. Her hair was as smooth as silk, and her body was slender and soft. She looked as elegant as a fairy. Just like her name, Feather Immortal was like an immortal who had mistakenly descended to the mortal world. She had a divine appearance and an otherworldly temperament. This was a quick-witted and beautiful woman. Is Miss Feather making fun of me? If these people don't make trouble now, it will be more troublesome. I would rather they had clashed earlier. Yi Fan shook his head. Yu Xian smiled and said, with Brother Ye's strength, there won't be any trouble. There's a small pub up ahead. Let's go there. It looks very peaceful, Rui Wei said. This was an old wine shop. It was really small, but the fragrance of wine could be smelled from far away. It was located at the end of a very inconspicuous alley. The courtyard was quite elegant. There were more than 10 peach trees planted here, and it was impossible to tell the season here. Every tree was pink, and the fragrance of the flowers was refreshing. Not bad. Yi Fan nodded. This place was much better than those noisy and bustling taverns. It was very peaceful and suitable for small drinks. There were only a few guests in the courtyard, scattered among the ancient peach trees. A pot of aged wine, a few plates of side dishes, and they were chatting leisurely. They sat down. An old man walked up and quickly wiped the table. In reality, it was already very clean. The tables and chairs were quite old, and after being wiped for many years, they had even developed a luster. A pot of aged wine and a few special side dishes were quickly brought up. The three of them drank lightly, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. They talked about their experiences on St. Fall Island. Yi Fan fought more than 20 people alone and killed them all. This made Rui Wei sigh. This kind of battle record was very illusory to him. Yu Xian smiled and spoke. In the end, her expression became solemn. She mentioned the demon that swallowed cultivators, believing that it was definitely a huge problem. Even now, she still didn't know his identity. There really was such a person who entered the first region and fought with Mu Guanghan? Rui Wei revealed a look of shock. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. A demonic light covered the sun, and endless killing radiance burst forth in the first region. Yu Xian nodded. Some people think that it was Tuoba Yu from the Human King Ancient Star Domain. Could the rumors be true? Rui Wei said. It wasn't him, because he was also watching the battle. Yu Xian shook her head. Do you have any clues? Yi Fan asked. Yu Xian nodded. She learned of a terrifying fact. That person retreated in the end, actually crossing 17 realms before disappearing. How is this possible? Just how heavy of a shackle is that? Is there such a powerful person? Rui Wei couldn't help but cry out. Yi Fan was also moved. Were his movements affected? Yu Xian shook her head. Her expression was serious as she said, his speed was extremely fast. Otherwise, Mu Guanhan wouldn't have let him go. He lost track of him after crossing 6 realms. The people from other regions witnessed this. This is just too inconceivable. Rui Wei was a bit absent-minded. She felt that this was a bit unreal. Yu Xian said, if he isn't powerful to the extreme, then he has a supreme secret artifact in his hands that can ignore the restrictions of the trial grounds. No matter which situation it is extremely terrifying. It is a terrifying threat to anyone. It was also because of this that she came to find Yi Fan. She didn't hide anything, and her objective was clear. She wanted to form an alliance with him. And according to Yu Xian's speculation, this demon was very likely to be killing Saint. He had all kinds of forbidden divine abilities and was truly the most dangerous person. They chatted while drinking. Naturally, they talked about the ancient star domain. Yi Fan was very concerned about the Yuhua planet because there was a Yuhua god dynasty in the Big Dipper. There was a great migration on the Yuhua planet hundreds of thousands of years ago. Yu Xian talked about some ancient events. This was an extremely prosperous ancient planet. All sages rose together and all sects flourished together. It was hard to describe how glorious it was. About 300,000 years ago, a brilliant genius appeared. He came from the outer realm and was said to be a descendant of the old subordinates of the ancient heaven. He stirred up endless storms on the Yuhua planet and established a powerful god dynasty before he passed away in his later years. Tens of thousands of years later, a world-shaking genius descended on this god dynasty and became an emperor. Then, he brought this god dynasty with him and disappeared into the starry sky. The old subordinates of the ancient heaven. Yi Fan was quite shocked. The broken green cauldron was in the hands of the old subordinates of the celestial court. The Yuhua god dynasty was a force that they built. Dying in the Big Dipper didn't mean that it was over. Brother Yi, where are you from? Yu Xian moistened her red lips with wine and asked with a smile. Big Dipper. Yi Fan had nothing to hide. He chose to step on this path without fear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come. Emperor Burial Star. Yu Xian cried out in surprise. It was clear that this ancient star domain had once shocked the universe. Many people of the ancient lands remembered it in their hearts. Even now, they still cried out in surprise when they mentioned it. That is really a star where heroes are buried. It is said that the path to immortality will also open there. Light swirled in Yu Xian's eyes. She warned Yi Fan that it was best not to reveal it because there would definitely be a great enemy ahead. It was said that in the glorious era of the Emperor Burial Star, there had been old enemies with many ancient star domains. The starlight was dim, making people feel a kind of oppressive atmosphere. There was chaos in the morning. 2 cultivators were killed in the middle of the night. They were only discovered now. A haze appeared in many people's hearts. They felt a sense of foreboding. Yi Fan walked on the streets and discovered that all of the soldiers had been mobilized. They were carefully investigating, almost to the point of martial law, but they still didn't find anything. When it was late at night again, a mournful scream sounded. It was actually a seed-level expert who had entered the Sage Realm, yet he suffered a sneak attack this night. All of the soldiers hiding in the dark rushed over. At the same time, a few powerful cultivators also hurried over to provide support. However, in the next second, another scream was heard from another direction. Another powerhouse had fallen. Yi Fan suddenly stood up. Was this the work of a single person? That night, 4 tragedies happened in succession. 4 cultivators were killed, dying violent deaths. The next day, the great commander of the human race's #1 city arrived at an ancient land. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Guide envoy, please take action. I believe you can find the true culprit." An indistinct figure appeared on top of a praying mat. It calmly said, "I have already warned a few ancient families in the city not to take action. As for the internal assassinations of the trial takers, it can also be considered a type of test." What? You don't care? The great commander revealed a shocked expression. After taking this path, if you are assassinated, you can only be considered a failure. The indistinct figure disappeared, and there was no one left on the praying mat. The atmosphere in the city was tense. Many people felt that it was not just the killing saint. There were also some people with ulterior motives who had taken action. Otherwise, how could 4 people die in one night? Heh, did you guys feel it? The guide envoy is indulging in this kind of behavior. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Let's move out together tonight and kill that person called Yi Fan. The 12th of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland said coldly. The 13th brother echoed and strongly agreed. A pair of cold eyes looked over, and the two immediately felt a chill from head to toe. The leader of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland had black hair draped over his shoulders. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were like dragons. They flickered with divine splendor and possessed a kind of wild power. A single glance from him was enough to make the 12th and 13th brothers keep quiet out of fear. They did not dare to say anything else. Meanwhile, the number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heavenly wasteland revealed a cruel smile. Do you think you can kill him without a sound? The 2 were also afraid of him and did not say anything. If we can't kill him in an instant, the consequences will be unthinkable. If we take the blame for that strange killing saint, we will die without a burial ground. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds said coldly. Then, he laughed cruelly and said, "Why don't we do it instead?" What do you mean? The 13th brother asked with a trace of reverence and puzzlement. You guys go and find trouble with him, but do not fight him. Just provoke him with a few words. The number 2 figure instructed. The atmosphere in the city was oppressive. Many cultivators felt uneasy. People died every night, and if this continued, it would definitely become a big problem. Ancient beasts galloped and the streets shook. Several savage beasts rushed past and almost collided with Yi Fan. Be careful, don't get killed. Wait for death to descend at night. Several savage beasts rushed past and muttered in a domineering manner. Yi Fan looked coldly at the people of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. Today, he was provoked twice, and both times were by their people. However, the other party cowered in the end. Deep into the night, an ominous scene enveloped the city. After 2 miserable cries sounded in the distance, a black figure appeared in Yi Fan's room and directly dragged him into a small void world. This was a painting scroll held in the hands of a powerful saint. He was imprisoned inside and then mercilessly attacked. Boom! However, in the end, it was Yi Fan who shattered the ancient scroll and forced his way out. He killed this person and imprisoned his primordial spirit so that he could see his identity. It's a member of an ancient family in the city. He was startled. Then, he observed his sea of consciousness and quickly discovered what was going on. Someone secretly delivered an extremely rare and precious divine refinement material to their family. It was priceless. Unfortunately, they could only refine half a magical artifact. The person who secretly delivered the divine material did not show himself and only left behind a message. If they could kill Yi Fan, they could deliver the other half of the divine material. Oh, this is a family that isn't too clean. Many of the residents in the city know about it and were thus chosen to assassinate me. Yi Fan naturally thought of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland and revealed a mocking smile. In terms of assassination techniques, how many people could compare to him? It was purely displaying one's slight skill before an expert. The secret killing techniques of the celestial court were absolutely world-shocking. In that instant, he thought of something again and produced another hymn. Very soon, he dispersed into strands of clear air and drifted into the starry sky. In another residence, the 12th and 13th brothers of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had cold eyes and revealed killing intent as they quietly waited for action. Moreover, several seed-level characters were invited over to drink. They were inside a formation that isolated their auras from the outside world. At the same time, several soldiers were seated. Chapter 1259. Under the starlight, the residence was very quiet. A wisp of clear air drifted past without the slightest ripple. On the surface, the courtyard seemed very peaceful, but the clear air that Yi Fan had transformed into felt that something was amiss. He did not discover anything and only had the instinctive intuition of a cultivator. He landed not far from the courtyard wall and sank into the ground. He used a heaven-shaking Genesis technique to carefully observe. Not long after, a pair of eyes formed from mist and looked up from underground. Killing intent surged in Yi Fan's heart as his eyes turned cold. Apart from the 13 heavenly emperors, there were also a few seed-level experts in the residence and 2 soldiers from the city waiting for him to enter the trap. These people were hidden in the formation, chatting and drinking merrily. They were isolated from the outside world. If not for his Genesis technique, which allowed him to use the Earth Dragon Chi to detect any abnormalities above, he would not have sensed anything at all. This was a trap waiting for him to jump into. They did not necessarily have to kill him on the spot. As long as he appeared, these people could bear the blame of killing a saint. When that time came, who would listen to his explanation? His competitors would use this opportunity to eliminate him, and the cultivators of the number 1 human city would gang up on him. This was a vicious trap. The second in command of the 13 heavenly emperors did not really want to assassinate him, but instead lured him into a trap. It was sinister and vicious. Before Yi Fan came, he had already realized that tonight was not a simple assassination, but a targeted trap. Now, it was confirmed. Chi. In the formation on the ground, the leader of the 13 heavenly emperors suddenly stabbed a purple spear into the ground. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes. This unforeseen event shocked many people. They did not understand what was going on, especially those ranked lower among the 13 heavenly emperors. They were extremely afraid of him. "Brother Gu, what happened?" a seed-level expert asked. The eyes of the leader of the 13 steeds of heaven desolate region, Gu Ling, emitted a wild light as he bared his upper body. His powerful bronze body was filled with an oppressive feeling as he said, "Someone is spying on us from underground." A wisp of clear chi spread out from the ground and disappeared, leaving nothing behind. That purple ray of light could stab a saint to death, but it could not stab the clear chi. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart. This was definitely a powerful opponent, many times more terrifying than an ordinary seed powerhouse. No wonder the guide was alerted on the way here. I sensed it too, but he disappeared in an instant. The eyes of the second in command of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland shot out a green radiance. His entire body was covered in armor, making him look like an ancient demonic god that was as unfathomable as the ocean abyss. That's right. Someone was spying on us, but they disappeared in an instant. A soldier spoke, causing everyone present to be startled. This was a loser from the ancient starry sky path, yet he was so powerful. Needless to say, he must have encountered an invincible hero along the way. Otherwise, with his level of cultivation, how could he have retreated to the number 1 human city? Could it be him? How frightening. The 5th member of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland who rarely spoke coldly. This person is a threat. We were quietly waiting for him to come and kill us, but we never thought that he wouldn't make a move. It seems that it will be somewhat difficult to end his life, another person said. The stronger and more cautious Yi Fan was, the greater the threat he posed to them. If they were to make a move on the later trial paths, it would be difficult to end the situation without paying a certain price. We can't let him live, we have to kill him. The second in command of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had a terrifying green gaze, as if he was a demonic god from hell. His words were cold and cruel, like the spitting of a poisonous snake. Under the starlight, strands of clear chi gathered and landed in Yi Fan's courtyard, disappearing into the top of his head. This chi could be gathered and dispersed at will, and did not necessarily have to return to his body. However, this was ultimately a divine essence in his body. If there were no unforeseen events, he was unwilling to disperse it in order to strengthen his body. Yi Fan stood up and said, "Since it has come to this, I'll just kill him right in front of you all." After saying this, he smiled and then meditated to recuperate, falling into a deep sleep. He simply did not care about anything outside. That night, the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland stood guard half the night, inviting several seed-level experts and 2 soldiers to bear witness, but it was a waste of effort. Early in the morning, the streets were bustling once again. People came and went, and the sun shone brilliantly. However, the haze in the hearts of some cultivators became even thicker. 3 more people had died last night. The color of blood was terrifying, and no one knew how long it would last. It was clear that some experts had also taken action under the guise of killing saints. Everyone was in danger. Just how many days were left before they could leave for the next ancient pass of the human race? This was the question in everyone's mind, and they all wanted to leave urgently. The envoy did not do anything, allowing the situation to become serious. Some people even suspected that it was related to him, and a bad premonition arose in everyone's hearts. A tense atmosphere pervaded the air. At this crucial moment, Yi Fan seemed to have completely relaxed. He strolled around the city, and when he passed by the city gates, he felt a pair of cold eyes shooting over. He couldn't help but turn around to look. It was the soldier who had clashed with him when he first entered the city. It was a powerful captain. This person wore black iron clothing and held a bronze dagger axe in his hand. He stood at the city gates, looking at him coldly and emotionlessly, a cruel smile hidden at the corners of his mouth. It's him. Yi Fan was sure that one of the 2 soldiers from last night was a guest at the residence of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. He had been drinking and waiting there for half the night. They really did put in quite a bit of effort, finding the captain who bore hostility towards me. After noon, Yi Fan strolled through the entire city. He entered a wine shop and sat down to drink alone. He was waiting for the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland to kill them in front of everyone. The small wine shop was facing the street, and there were a few tables and chairs outside. It was also an open-air business, so there weren't many people coming and going. A quarter of an hour later, rumbling sounds came from the other side of the street. A group of armored horses galloped over, causing the ancient street to sway. Many people moved out of the way. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had arrived, and they wanted to enter a wine shop. This was their habit, and it had been like this for the past few days. They chose this time to appear. You won't live for long. On the other side, a knight from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland spoke. His voice wasn't loud, and normal people couldn't hear him. Yi Fan had been paying attention to them this entire time. With his hearing ability, he could naturally hear them clearly. Quite a few of these people carried cold smiles on their faces. Their killing intent wasn't concealed at all. The 12th and 13th brothers were even more provocative, making a throat-slitting gesture at him. It could be said that this was a type of humiliation. After walking on the ancient trial path, this type of action was a type of serious contempt and provocation. There were several great wine shops here, so there were naturally quite a few cultivators here. Now, everyone was in danger, and they all hoped to interact more in this type of setting, hoping to find allies. Quite a few people saw this scene, realizing that there might be a great conflict today. The grudges between these 2 sides were already deep, and it would erupt sooner or later. Some of you won't live past today. Yi Fan said softly, drinking a cup of wine. What did you say? Provoking us? Are you courting death? The 13th brother said fiercely. You are taking the initiative to provoke us. If you don't apologize, we will kill you on the spot. The 12th brother was clearly provoking, carrying out intimidation and threats. Please speak a bit more clearly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The 9th figure among them turned around and said coldly. They selectively ignored the provocation a moment ago, and instead seized on Yi Fan's words without letting go, hoping to blow things up. They needed a suitable reason to kill Yi Fan. They had always hoped that he would take the initiative to provoke trouble, and then suppress and kill him together with the soldiers. The 10th figure and 11th brother of Heaven Wasteland's 13 steeds directly pressed over. These 2 both revealed their killing intent, not fearing that something would happen, but they were always suffering from a lack of excuses. You are courting death. Let's see how you're going to survive. You were the one who provoked us first. The most radical 12th and 13th brothers laughed cruelly, pressing over as well. This time, even the second figure was moved, feeling that Yi Fan might not be able to hold back anymore. Perhaps this was a good opportunity for them to kill him together with the soldiers. No matter how strong he was, could he be stronger than the soldiers in the city? That was clearly impossible. As he watched these people press over, Yi Fan was extremely calm, sitting there and drinking by himself. However, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. All of the nearby restaurants' windows were opened, and the streets were deathly silent. Everyone was paying close attention. It's useless even if you apologize now. Even if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, you will be killed without exception. The 12th brother clamored, forcing Yi Fan to take action. This was going too far. Normal people would find it difficult to endure such public humiliation. It was too direct and ruthless. Yi Fan didn't move, calmly drinking. However, a person walked out from the small wine shop. His figure was tall and sturdy, and he wore purple clothes. His black hair flowed down like a waterfall. He was quite heroic, but upon closer inspection, his appearance was rather indistinct. He dragged an iron sword, drawing out streak after streak of sparks on the ground. He arrived on the street and directly walked towards the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, sizing up each and every one of them. Who are you? Get lost to the side. Today, we only want to kill that surnamed Yi. The 13th brother was extremely domineering, and even now, he didn't hide anything. Pooh! Blood splashed out. No one had expected that the purple-clothed man would immediately launch an attack the moment the 13th brother's words fell. He brandished the iron sword, faster than lightning. The 13th brother was directly hacked in half. Blood splashed out, gushing everywhere. Even that mount was split into two. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Everything happened too suddenly. Who dared to kill someone on the streets of the city? This violated the city's rules, and he had to pay with his life. This person didn't have any misgivings when doing things, just too direct and decisive. This was especially the case when his sword was exceptionally sharp, difficult for even saints to dodge. Murder! Someone cried out loudly. The streets became completely chaotic. The blood of many cultivators surged. They knew that something major was definitely going to happen today. Those who dared to kill the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland on the streets definitely had a great background. This was going to be an upheaval. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland immediately erupted. Quite a few people cried out and roared angrily. All of this happened too suddenly. This person was excessively arrogant, suddenly launching an attack and killing people in front of everyone. No one expected this. 13th brother. A few people from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland cried out, angered to the extreme. All types of light danced about, attacking together. The purple-clothed individual was naturally Yi Fan. He displayed the one spirit into three pure ones. This was his Dao body. He killed a great enemy on the streets. This was precisely what he wanted, to kill in front of everyone, to cut down these people's faces and dignity, to kill them thoroughly. Chi! Yi Fan made ample preparations. After the first sword, the second sword already hacked out, moving even faster than these people. When a few people from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were furious and surrounded him, the blood-dripping sword in his hands was already less than half a foot from the 12th brother's head. It was completely done in one go, everything happening in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. After killing the 13th brother, Yi Fan didn't stop at all along the way. The 12th brother cried out loudly, his face pale. His body released endless light, and all types of weapons rushed out to block, but it was still too late. Pooh! The iron sword moved through the air, hacking at his head, cutting off most of his face. Blood splashed 6 to 7 feet into the air. Yi Fan's sword hacked out. Half of the 12th brother's head flew up, the crown of his head sliced in half. He died on the spot, blood dripping everywhere. Chapter 1260. The flying head of the 12th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was full of unwillingness and endless fear. It was decapitated just like that, falling onto the ice-cold street. Then, the corpse fell into a pool of blood. Fresh blood gushed out, dyeing the streets scarlet red. It was a shocking sight. Nay, the purple Qilin roared. Its master had fallen, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. It immediately struggled, a pair of large hooves trampling towards Yifan. Pfft! Purple blood flew out as Yifan's sword hacked off its head. The white bones were horrifying, and the enormous corpse fell onto the bluestone ground, its blood forming a small river. Ah, the other divine knights were shocked and roared. All kinds of magical artifacts fell together, as if a meteor had fallen from outer space. They were powerful and intimidating, radiating resplendent rays of light. No one would have thought that such a thing would happen. Killing a seed expert in the middle of the street without the slightest scruple had never happened before. It could be said that he was completely lawless. Kill him, don't let him escape. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland roared. With a wang sound, Yifan shook his sword, causing the entire world to tremble. He interfered with the laws of the great Tao, completely destroying the dozens of secret techniques that were rushing towards him. At the same time, the black iron sword in his hand drew a strange arc. Like an antelope hanging its horn, it drew all of the falling magical artifacts into the sky. Boom! The magical artifacts shattered the sky, and not a single one fell. They were separated by over 100 li, destroying the firmament. Even the stars in the sky were swaying. This was the army formula. Yifan borrowed the power of his sword to display it. The magical artifacts of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were all rendered useless. From the moment he walked out of the small wine shop to the wanton slaughter, everything happened in an instant. Yifan was as swift as a humanoid bolt of lightning, and no one could stop him. When everything quieted down, Yifan stood on one side of the street with the bloody iron sword in hand, while the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland stood on the other side. It was actually a short period of silence. But what followed was a clamor that soared into the sky. The city was completely stirred up. They had never seen such a daring person before. Am I seeing things? He killed a seed expert in the middle of the street, killing 2 of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland with one strike. A drop of blood splashed onto my face. Just what kind of background does this person have to dare act like this? He is truly unbridled. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland kicked an iron board. Is there anything more humiliating than this? This person is too daring. This is the first city of the human race has never done in so many years. It was as if a meteor had crashed into the city, stirring up a huge commotion. Many people could hardly believe it, this was too exaggerated. Kill. There was only a moment of peace. A few of Heaven Wasteland's 13 mounts were so angry they began to tremble. They did everything they could to kill Yifan. All types of immortal light flew about. This world was like a great disaster, boiling with the natural laws of the world. This place became a purgatory. They surrounded Yifan and attacked him. Divine light was endless, drowning out the long street. If not for the great ancient formation in the city, not to mention the street, even the entire city would have been split into pieces and turned into ashes. Even killing you 10,000 times would not be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. I will extract your soul and eternally suppress the 9 nether Death Star. I will make you suffer the pain of purgatory. Someone shouted loudly with bloodshot eyes. Killing Yifan wasn't enough to vent his anger. He could only use the cruelest method to deal with cultivators to humiliate him. Yifan possessed extreme speed. He moved like a streak of floating light as he weaved through all types of magical artifacts and resisted all types of wondrous techniques. He fought until he went mad. That iron sword wasn't a divine artifact, but in his hands, it displayed world-shaking might. Clanging sounds rang out as sword radiance tore apart heaven and earth. With a cold snort, the number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland took action. Just now, he had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this moment, he sat on the azure dragon, and a heavenly decorated halberd appeared in his hands. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of jin it weighed. His entire body was covered in green golden armor, and the azure dragon he sat on was also covered in green scales. The two of them were as one, like a demonic god descending to the mortal world. The halberd hacked downwards. This great halberd weighed over 1,000,000 jin, and it was a true divine artifact. The green-colored halberd shaft and snow-white halberd blades sliced apart the heavens, emitting terrifying whistling sounds. Shadows flickered about, as if a group of gods and devils were howling. They followed the great halberd, hacking through the universe and shattering everything in their way. It was incomparably terrifying. In the distance, everyone's expressions changed. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was too powerful, exceeding everyone's expectations. He could even slaughter saints. The 7 or 8 divine riders that were currently taking action were all shaken. Only they knew how terrifying the leaders ranked in the top few were, far surpassing them. The 10th ranked divine rider shouted loudly, "Even if you die 100 times, it still won't be enough to redeem your blood sins. Use the rest of your pitiful and lowly life to repent on the 9 nether Death Star." He roared cruelly, killing intent surging. He coordinated with the great halberd that descended from the sky and slashed towards Yifan's frontal bone. The others also roared, doing everything they could to attack with full force. Wondrous techniques and magical artifacts were like meteors, powerful and terrifying. All of them rushed towards Yifan. Kacha! Shattering sounds rang out from the streets. A portion of the ancient restrictions was damaged, causing the expressions of everyone to change. How terrifying was this great halberd exactly? At this moment, a total of 8 people attacked Yifan. They stood in 8 different directions, causing Yifan to fall into a life and death situation. In the eyes of everyone, as the halberd descended, there was no way for Yifan to block it. However, at this instant, he blocked the halberd's blade with his bare hands. Chong! A trembling sound rang out, reverberating through the entire city. Many people felt their souls pounding when they heard it. After that, blood seeped out from their mouths. The destructive power of this strike could be clearly seen. What? Impossible. How could he block it with his bare hands? Who is this person? How powerful is his physical body? Everyone was dumbfounded. They simply didn't dare to believe everything. Yifan didn't block it with his iron sword because against a holy weapon, it would undoubtedly shatter. He actually used his left hand to block the halberd's blade. There was no scene of blood splattering everywhere. When that halberd descended, it could slaughter a saint. He blocked it. Dao patterns flickered beneath Yifan's feet. He was like an illusion as he exerted the row character formula to the extreme to avoid the attacks of others. All kinds of magical artifacts and techniques flew past him. This was like dancing on a mountain of blades or taking a stroll in front of the gates of hell. In this dangerous situation of life and death, there was a kind of beauty and ease. He rushed out from the encirclement of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. To be able to do this in an instant was truly an anomaly. All the heroes asked themselves if they could do it. Repent on the 9 Serenity's Death Star. The number 10 character of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland hadn't even finished speaking when his sinister and cruel expression froze. This was because an iron sword had passed through layers upon layers of light screens at a hair's breadth. It pierced through the obstruction and landed on his body. Pfft! A sword pierced through his brain. The black iron sword pierced through his forehead and came out from the back of his head. Fresh blood dripped down, and the blade was stained with white brain matter. It looked exceptionally bloody. No one had expected Yifan's attack to be so exceptional and incisive. It wasn't some kind of wondrous technique, but a commonly used sword form. It was simple and direct, and its advantage lay in its swiftness. It was comparable to lightning and could break all techniques. At this moment, Yifan was like an Azura. His black hair draped over his shoulders, his body was tall and strong, and his eyes were like cold lightning. Crack! He used the black iron sword to forcefully lift the skull of the number 10 character of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland. Fresh blood rushed high into the air. With extreme disbelief, the light in the number 10 character's eyes dimmed. He fell face up into a pool of blood and died just like that. Dark red blood flowed everywhere. Everyone was shaken. How powerful was this person? During the encirclement, he seized the only opportunity to kill a divine rider with one strike. It could be said to be exceptionally stunning. All of you, get out of the way. The number 2 character of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland shouted in a low voice. He wanted to personally take action. The ancient halberd flickered with a cold metallic luster as it hacked down as if it wanted to split heaven and earth. The first few divine riders were clearly many times more powerful than those behind them. Their magic power was heaven-reaching, and even their mounts were sacred beasts. One could well imagine their battle prowess. Wang. However, at this time, another terrifying character personally took action. His speed was even faster than the number 2 character in the azure armor. It was precisely the leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland, Gu Ling. He had been watching coldly just now, and at this moment, he finally took action. The purple spear in his hand pierced through in an instant. Boom! It was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The power of this spear was too great. When the purple spear pierced out, it was as if a purple sun had exploded. Light and flames overflowed into the heavens, and the entire place was dyed purple. Many experts were terrified, and some people were forced to bleed from their 7 apertures by this imposing manner. This was an extremely dazzling spear. It possessed an immortal life force. The radiance it emitted was boundless, and even the stars in the sky seemed to be trembling as if they were about to fall. The entire ancient city seemed as if it was about to disintegrate, shaking violently. It was an extremely stunning spear. The leader of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland was topless. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, and his bronze skin, under the resplendent radiance of the purple spear, made him seem even more wild. It was as if a god had been reborn. Kill! The other members of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland roared loudly. The leader had personally taken action, so what enemy could they not kill? They all followed him in attacking. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. He waved the iron sword in his hand. It was simple and unadorned, but it was majestic and imposing. At this moment, it forcefully struck the purple spear. Black and hazy, it was as if a black heavenly river was falling down. Yi Fan held an ordinary weapon and forcefully clashed with the divine weapon, colliding with the purple spear. The others revealed strange expressions. The eyes of the divine riders were incomparably cruel. They knew that this kind of iron sword would definitely not be able to block it. As expected, the sound of shattering rang out as the black iron sword was shattered into pieces on the spot. However, they were as dazzling as fireworks. They flew in all directions like a meteor shower, and every fragment was fatal. Yi Fan used the army formula, drawing over 100 fragments to attack all of the divine riders. The ear-splitting sounds were exceptionally terrifying. Pooh, pooh, bloody lights suddenly appeared and muffled groans could be heard. Apart from the first 5 divine riders, the others' bodies were spurting out blood. They uncontrollably retreated and were injured by the sword. This was appalling. Even though he was surrounded by the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland, Yi Fan repeatedly killed his enemies. This shocked everyone to the extreme. In the distance, Yu Xian and Mu Guanghan's beautiful eyes blinked as they watched with rapt attention. Meanwhile, Tuobayu, Ku Tuchuo, Uya Mo, and the others also appeared. Stop! A group of powerful ironclad experts appeared and rushed over like a flood of steel. The soldiers in the city arrived. Every one of them was an expert who had once stepped onto the ancient road of trials. They were all extraordinary and possessed terrifying strength. The leader was precisely the captain who had once clashed with Yi Fan and appeared at the residence of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland. He coldly shouted, "Those who act violently in the first human city will be killed without mercy." Obviously, he was targeting Yi Fan's Dao body. His blood energy surged into the sky as he pointed the bronze battle spear in this direction. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fan's Dao body soared into the sky. The speed of the line formula was comparable to lightning as he struck out a supreme divine fist. With a pu sound, his fist and his body passed through the body of the 11th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. No one could stop this domineering fist. It was swift and fierce, and its blood energy was like the sea. It was extremely powerful. Yi Fan's fist shattered this person, and the fist aura rushed through the blood mist and broken bones. Everyone was stunned. Even the soldiers in the city had arrived, but he turned a deaf ear to them. He attacked incisively and was indeed peerlessly powerful. Only one person remained calm. Yi Fan's real body was close to the battlefield on the street. He raised a cup of wine to the Dao body and drank it in one gulp. Many people's expressions changed upon seeing this scene. Chapter 1261. The long street was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Blood mist dispersed, broken bones littered the ground, and the corpses of savage beasts and broken weapons coexisted. The young man in purple stood on the long street, killing an expert of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland in front of everyone. It was shocking, as if an invincible demonic god had descended. At this time, only Yi Fan in front of the small wine shop was calm and collected. His body was tall, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He was untainted by a speck of dust as he raised his cup to greet the man in purple. Smoke rises, the heavens are in sight, the immortal domain of immortals appears. The sword chi is like frost, the chi swallows the starry river, laughing frivolously, the blood of countless enemies on the ancient road. Yi Fan drained his cup and casually threw it on the street. In the extreme silence, only the sound of the cup shattering could be heard, shattering the hearts of everyone. Everyone's expression changed. At this juncture, a purple-clothed expert was already arrogant enough. His iron sword swept through the long street, stirring the clouds in all directions. At this time, another person stood out with frivolous words. How could people not pay attention to him? This was a serious provocation. Some people of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland glared coldly. The soldiers who rushed over also had merciless gazes as they surrounded this place. The battle temporarily stopped because the soldiers of the first trial had arrived. They separated the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland and stared coldly at the purple-clothed man. Although the battle had stopped, the atmosphere at this time was increasingly tense. It was unknown how many people had come, but they were all watching the development of the situation on the long street. You killed someone on the street, flouting the city rules. No matter which star domain you come from, you will respect the law with your life. The captain said coldly. His entire body was full of blood energy. The black iron clothes covered his sturdy body, and the bronze dagger axe in his hand emitted killing intent that could split the sky. It was filled with a sense of oppression. Everyone was shocked. These soldiers were too powerful, especially this person. He was many times stronger than many of the trial takers. This made people think deeply. They were a group of losers, not defeated here, but in the depths of the starry sky. One could imagine that the one they encountered was definitely an invincible hero. From a certain point of view, these soldiers who had been on the road more than 10 years before them, even though they had returned, they were still indisputable heroes. This captain of the city gate shocked everyone. Not long ago, the young purple-clothed expert did not stop when the captain shouted. Instead, he smashed the 11th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland with a punch before they arrived, disgracing him. At this time, it was not strange for the captain to make things difficult for him. Everyone knew that the purple-clothed powerhouse was in big trouble and his life was in danger. Aren't you going to ask me why I killed them? The purple-clothed man said. Why do you need to ask? Kill without mercy. The captain said coldly and gave the order. He didn't want to hear what he had to say at all. He wanted to kill him immediately. This group of soldiers had a total of 18 people. Every one of them was like a dragon or a tiger, all of them powerful figures of a region. Even though they were defeated in the starry skies, they were still experts that retreated here. Every single one of them wore iron clothes, all of them outstanding and outstanding. They were unwilling to retreat, and there was still a wave of arrogance within their hearts. The captain was very powerful. He was a very special person, but even so, with his prestige, he couldn't make a group of people attack him at the same time. Only 8 soldiers came forward. They were his subordinates and had a close relationship with him, so they wouldn't have any conflict. Cold light flickered in their eyes as they pounced at Yi Fan's Dao body. On the side of the street, Yi Fan's true body laughed and said, "How domineering. As expected of a mighty soldier, you have the power to kill and look down on the ancient city. You can kill anyone you want with just a word. Who are you? Are you an accomplice of the purple-clothed man? If you stop me from killing the enemy, I will kill you as well." The captain said coldly with undisguised killing intent. "Don't you know who I am?" Yi Fan revealed a mocking smile. The other party first clashed with him, and then waited for him at the residence of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland for most of the night. How could he not know? Looking at you, you must be in the same group as him. Let's take you down first. The captain said coldly and was about to order the others to attack. The 8th person of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland agreed coldly and said, "That's right. It was this person who provoked us first, and then the purple-clothed man suddenly attacked. He must be an accomplice. We are willing to lend the captain a hand and protect the peace of the first human city. Let's take down this person first. I will kill anyone who dares to attack," Yi Fan said coldly as he stood in front of the small wine shop. His voice wasn't loud, but it was intimidating. The street was chaotic enough and the soldiers had arrived, but he was not afraid at all. He was not afraid of the experts who targeted him. His words were sonorous and powerful. "How dare you?" The captain's eyes were cold and murderous. He shouted and was about to attack himself. At the same time, the people ranked at the bottom of the 13 Steeds of Heaven wasteland also surrounded him, wanting to help him kill Yi Fan. They were very depressed today and hated Yi Fan and the purple-clothed man to the extreme. However, at this time, a miserable scream was heard. The purple-clothed man's magical power was profound and his battle aura was oppressive. He seized a long sword and actually cut a soldier in half at the waist. Blood splashed everywhere. This place could no longer maintain its peace and became noisy. Regardless of whether it was the natives of the city or the cultivators on the ancient starry path, they were all shocked. Is he going to defy the heavens? He walked on the starry path, yet he dared to start a massacre in the first trial of the human race. This kind of boldness is a bit too much. Who is he? Why can't I see his true appearance? He clearly looks heroic, but every time I look closely, it's a blur. How terrifying, continuously slaughtering experts. Today, if he doesn't establish an illustrious reputation, then he will be dismembered. Yi Fan's Dao body didn't escape. He seized a bronze sword and fought against the enemies. Sword light flashed, as if dragons were splitting the sky. He couldn't help but admit that this group of soldiers was extremely terrifying and overly brave. It was unknown how much stronger they were compared to the middle-aged Daoist nun and the others. Each and every one of them was a hero of a region. However, walking on this starry path was destined to be a clash between experts. In front of an even stronger expert, some people's past glory was nothing. Yi Fan's battle aura surged and surpassed them. With a bronze sword in hand, he turned into a human-shaped tyrannosaurus and slaughtered in all directions. No one could stop him. Those who went forward to attack were all the captain's men. There was no right or wrong in their eyes. They only had the intention to kill him. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't show any mercy. The long sword danced in the sky, and the sword chi was like snow and frost. A clear and cold brilliance swept out and directly shot into the sky, shaking people's hearts. After that, the sword chi was restrained in an instant. From the extreme brilliance to the final dimness, it was completed in an instant. It was even more terrifying. The simple and unadorned bronze sword slashed down and cut the space between the eyebrows of a ferocious and murderous soldier. With a puff, fresh blood gushed out, and a bloodstain extended from top to bottom to between the soldier's legs. With a shrill scream, the soldier's body was divided into two halves. Blood gushed out wildly, and the two halves fell to the sides. It was a terrifying scene. Within dozens of moves, 2 of the 8 great experts had fallen. They were all cut down by Yi Fan's Dao body. This was not an ordinary person. The scarlet blood was a ghastly sight. Everyone was terrified. How long had it been? The purple-clothed man was besieged by 8 heroes who had set foot on the starry ancient path. He had killed 2 of them in less than 100 moves. His power was terrifying. It was precisely because of this that the captain's order to target the real Yi Fan was delayed. A low melody came from his throat, which was terrifying like a demonic roar. He personally took action. With the bronze dagger axe in hand, he slaughtered his way over. These were all people he had carefully recruited. They all followed his lead and were willing to be used by him. The expressions of some of the 13 cavalry of Heaven Wasteland changed. They did not attack Yi Fan's real body and instead chose to attack the purple-clothed man. They felt that the threat he posed was too great, and they needed to kill him first. The first 4 leaders didn't move and watched coldly. The divine cavalry that were ranked lower took action together to help the soldiers kill the purple-clothed man. "I'll kill you." The captain took a step forward. The heaven and earth changed, and the wind and clouds lost color. He was like a monarch patrolling, looking down on the world with an unrivaled aura. Beside him, enormous stars appeared one after another. He was like an immortal king as he walked forward. His entire body was covered in armor, and only his eyes were cold and threatening. Great Tao patterns covered the sky. A simple step was already so terrifying, making everyone feel intimidated. Was this still a failure? Just who exactly was he defeated by? There was definitely an extraordinary story behind this. Hong Long. The bronze dagger axe in his hand swept over, collapsing the void. His unrivaled aura intimidated everyone's soul. This kind of self-confidence and strength was enough to shock the world. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. This captain was definitely stronger than Mount Junwei, yet he retreated here to guard the city gate. It was truly unimaginable. He was calm and fearless. The bronze sword in his hand slashed forward. Immediately, boundless sword chi covered the sky and earth like a heavenly river descending. It was majestic and shocking. Everyone held their breaths. This was a confrontation between top experts. It was a rare battle between dragons and tigers. It was a world-shaking confrontation. Clang! Yi Fan used his sword to block the bronze dagger axe. Their edges met, and a large expanse of great Tao symbols spread out. Every one of them flickered with resplendent light, engraving themselves in the sky, making everyone gasp. This was a method only the top experts of the trial takers could use. This was the embodiment of a shocking understanding of the Tao. A simple strike, a casual sword strike, contained the laws of heaven and earth and evolved all things. It was the embodiment of the terrifying laws to the extreme. Using divine laws was the collision of the Tao. Hong Long. Around them, the 6 soldiers were all sent flying. Their faces were pale and devoid of blood. The pupils of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland who had just arrived also shrank rapidly. Yi Fan and the captain stood where they were without moving. The bronze sword and the dagger axe collided, emitting a monstrous aura. It was this fluctuation that forced the others back. "Do you really think you are the master of this city? You are so unbridled. You want to kill me right here and now?" Yi Fan said calmly. "That's right. I am the law here. I want to kill you." "What can you do?" the captain said coldly. His eyes were frightening and full of coldness. "Let's go together and kill him," one of the 6 soldiers said. It didn't matter to them who was right or wrong. They only listened to the captain and followed his will. "Don't force me to start a massacre," Yi Fan said mercilessly. "Then come and try," the captain said coldly. His face was covered by the iron armor and helmet, so no one could see his true appearance. However, the voice belonged to a young man. He said coldly, I am the law now. I want to lead people to kill you. What can you do? Chapter 1262. You think you're the only one? Yi Fan sneered. The bronze sword in his hand fell to the ground, creating a series of sparks. The restrictions were strengthened, and the ancient city was immortal. You can think of it that way. The captain's eyes were cold. The bronze dagger axe in his hand was simple and unadorned, but it was becoming more and more oppressive. It was like a slumbering ancient weapon. Then I'll use one sword to break the law. Yi Fan raised his sword. Sword radiance swallowed and boundless killing intent rushed out like a snowy waterfall. This battle was unavoidable. The clouds moved in all directions, and the sword energy was ever-changing. Strands of murderous aura burst forth, and Dao marks interweaved. Many restrictions in the ancient city were awakened and flashed with brilliance. From time to time, a mysterious power would appear to protect the city and prevent it from collapsing. The two turned into two beams of light and fought for 400 rounds in the blink of an eye. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Stars moved and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Chi! Yi Fan's sword rushed into the heavens and pierced through the sky, shattering a meteorite. That was the artificial moon in the sky of the #1 human city. It was hacked down. Everyone was moved. That sword just now had cut through the restrictions. It was extremely sharp and made many experts feel ashamed of their inferiority. 500 moves had already been exchanged, but there was still no result. This was someone who far surpassed Mount Junwei. He was unbelievably powerful. Many people did not believe that he was a failure. If he was defeated even with such a peerless edge, then how terrifying would the heroes in front of him be? The 6 soldiers finally rushed up. They did not listen to the captain's warning and attacked forcefully. They wanted to help him kill the purple-clothed expert as soon as possible. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. It was useless no matter how many of these people there were. They could not pose any threat to him. The bronze sword clanged and thousands of layers of sword energy surged. Each layer was like a surging ocean with waves sweeping up the sky. The boundless sword energy fell along with the river of stars. Pfft! His sword was as heavy as a mountain. It did not slash down, but rather slapped down, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. The soldier in front of him was covered in blood. Then, he exploded and blood splashed everywhere. This was a heavy sword that directly shattered him. All of you, step back. The captain's eyes were cold as he commanded once again. He did not want these people to step forward. If they were unable to help, they would only lose their lives for nothing. However, Yi Fan abandoned him and used the Xing formula to chase after these people. Sword light flashed, illuminating the heavens and the earth. The bronze sword in his hand was like a sun, releasing divine splendor. With a pu sound, another person's head was sliced off. Blood flowed out, and the corpse fell into a pool of blood. The captain's expression turned cold. Without saying a word, the bronze dagger axe in his hand slashed across the sky. Giant stars appeared behind him one after another. He was like a god descending from the heavens, exuding a majestic pressure. Boom! This was a type of boundless might. When the bronze spear struck out, it was as if a stellar domain smashed down. Ancient stars swirled about, stellar rivers flowing. It was extremely intimidating. The long sword in Yi Fan's hand clashed continuously with the battle spear. It was brilliant and dazzling, and his killing intent was like raging waves. The stars trembled even more violently, as if a vast stellar domain was undulating. The ancient stars emitted boundless might. The starlight was hazy, covering Yi Fan within. From the outside, this was only a small world, but from the inside, it was vast and boundless. The void rumbled. This was a terrifying Dao fruit cultivated by the captain. He was millions and millions of zhang tall, towering in the universe's stellar rivers. His divine might was matchless. He evolved the boundless sky, making himself the sole ruler. He could destroy all things. When the bronze dagger axe fell, the stellar rivers collapsed, and the ancient stars were destroyed. There was nothing it could not destroy. In his stellar world, all things were ants and dust. The spectators felt like they were suffocating. In my body's sky, all living things will be destroyed. No one can go against my will. His words were like thunder, and the dagger axe flickered. Chong! The bronze dagger axe that was comparable to a stellar river was blocked. Yi Fan's sword stabbed out, causing a star to collapse. He sent out waves of saint force. Let's see how long you can last. Outside the battlefield, the 4 surviving soldiers' eyes were cold. Several of their companions had been killed, and this filled them with hatred. They all held their weapons and glared at him. However, what happened next was terrifying. The bronze swords in the soldiers' hands all turned around. They either split open their own skulls or pierced through their own frontal bones. All of them died on the spot. Clanging swords rang out, blood flowed, and corpses fell. It happened almost at the same time, making everyone suck in a breath of cold air. What happened? Many people did not understand what was going on. Could that be the legendary army formula? A few people cried out in surprise. Their eyes burned brightly as they looked at the battlefield, staring at the purple-clothed man in the stellar river. It's the army formula. The number 2 figure of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland had terrifying green eyes, revealing a demonic radiance. The azure halberd in his hand flickered coldly. Yi Fan and the captain fought for more than 1,000 rounds. Their speed was extremely fast, and every strike was like thunder and lightning as they collided violently. This person was far superior to the Lord of Mount Junwei. To be able to fight with Yi Fan to this extent, it was definitely his true strength, which made Yi Fan feel shocked. Clang! Yi Fan grasped the opportunity and lightly flicked. The bronze sword trembled, and the sword chi was like the sea as it roared. The captain retreated. The blood in his body surged like a great river, and he was shocked. He had never thought that this battle would be so troublesome. After cultivating and comprehending the Tao for more than 10 years, he unexpectedly met such an opponent again. Yi Fan cultivated the army formula, but he had concealed it, which created a psychological pressure on the captain. Only at this moment did he suddenly launch an attack. He wanted to eliminate the captain in one strike. Clang clang, the sound of metal vibrating was ear-piercing. The bronze weapons collided one after another, and the halberd flew uncontrollably into the sky. At the same time, the captain's iron clothes burned, and his helmet exploded. Everyone felt their blood run cold. This was the army's secret formula, and it wanted to kill the enemy in an instant. Clang clang sounds were ear-piercing as the armor shattered and burned inch by inch. Yi Fan wanted to use the captain as a living sacrifice. This kind of method made everyone feel scared. Wearing the armor was simply a burden, and it would only lead to death. Boom! The captain flew out horizontally, piercing through the sky. His armor was shattered, and blood dripped from his body as he fell down. Is it over? Many people's voices were trembling. The captain was so powerful that he far surpassed many of the trial takers. Yet, his armor was shattered, and he was almost a living sacrifice. Many people felt a chill from head to toe. The captain landed on the ground, and his body staggered, but he quickly stood up straight. Half of his body was dripping with blood, and a crack had appeared on his forehead. The injury was not light. Yi Fan had to admit that this person was extremely powerful and threatening. The captain's body blossomed with the radiance of life, and his injured body was rapidly recovering. The captain's true body was revealed. This was an extremely handsome young expert. His black hair scattered behind him, and his skin was white like jade. He could be considered a heroic and vigorous person. No one would have thought that he wasn't an iron-blooded veteran, but rather an elegant young master. His heroic spirit was restrained, and he possessed an extraordinary aura. The only flaw was that his eyes were too cold, and it was difficult for others to have a good impression of him. He seemed a bit cold. This is the second defeat I, Guansheng, have suffered. More than 10 years ago, I was pierced through by a spear along with my mount, and I was almost nailed to death in the boundless ancient land. Even though I was indignant, I had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Now, even though I am injured again, I am not convinced. I will take your head. Guancheng roared. His entire body surged with spiritual essence, and his black hair stood on end. His expression was terrifying, and the radiance of life blossomed. His body quickly healed, and he recovered to his original state. This was an expert who had dyed the starry skies with blood, and had experienced many life and death trials. His strength was absolutely terrifying. Brother Guan, let me lend you a hand. The number 2 character of Heaven Wasteland 13 mounts was absolutely terrifying. His clear eyes flickered as he stepped forward with the great halberd in hand. During this process, he applied a strange seal on himself. It was a yellowing divine list, and he stuck it on his body. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was clearly done to deal with the army formula, and he didn't know the origins of this yellowing divine list. I'll do it myself. Even though Guancheng was handsome, he was currently somewhat sinister. His head of black hair danced chaotically as if he was possessed. Wang. At the same time, another extremely terrifying aura transmitted over. It was as if a purple sun had exploded, and its vicious flames overflowed into the heavens. The leader of the Heaven Wasteland 13 mounts, Gu Ling, had made his move. His bronze upper body was exposed, and his muscles were like dragons. His eyes were like cold lightning, and the purple spear in his hand pierced over with lightning speed. The heaven and earth collapsed. It was unknown just how terrifying this spear was, but even a portion of the ancient city's restrictions were damaged. Boom! It was like a surging ocean, shattering the sky. Gu Ling was terrifyingly powerful, and it was impossible to see through his depths. His eyes were filled with a wild radiance, and he was incomparably cruel. He didn't have the thought of winning with numbers. This was a kind of primitive wild instinct that made him pierce out this exceptionally sharp spear. Yi Fan circulated the army formula, but this person's wild strength was shocking. The veins in his hands bulged, and he firmly grabbed the purple spear. The trajectory didn't change as he pierced down, and the power of the army formula was weakened by more than half. At the same time, the number 2 figure of the Heaven Wasteland 13 mounts slashed down with the bronze dagger axe of Guancheng, tearing the sky apart. Kill! Yi Fan shouted softly, and the golden divine treasure appeared behind him. All kinds of Dao soldiers rose and fell, and golden divine radiance shocked the 9 heavens as they attacked indiscriminately. In terms of group battles, this was undoubtedly the best choice. There was no difference between killing one person and killing 10 million people. The huge golden bell rang leisurely, the resplendent pagoda suppressed, the immortal sword shot out, and the golden gourd swallowed all things. It was a peerless attack that covered a wide area. Ah! 2 miserable cries rang out, and the 9th and 8th of the Heaven Wasteland 13 mounts were killed. They were both cut into pieces by the golden Dao soldiers, and blood light surged over 10 meters into the air. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The leader of the Heaven Wasteland 13 mounts, Gu Ling, was definitely a great enemy, and that Guancheng was also no small matter. They transformed into 2 beams of killing light and obliterated a large number of golden Dao soldiers. Other than that, the number 2 figure of the Heaven Wasteland 13 mounts was also very terrifying. He transformed into a ball of green light that was impervious to all techniques. When everything quietened down, the 2 sides confronted each other. No one made a move, and both revealed cold expressions. Suddenly, Yi Fan's Dao body frowned. Time was up, and he was about to transform into clear air and disappear. We'll fight another day. He sank into the ground and disappeared in an instant. No one could catch up to him. At this moment, it was unknown how many people had come to watch the battle. They had never expected such an outcome, and they were shocked. However, they were also very regretful that they couldn't see the decisive battle. The crowd was dead silent, and it took a long time for them to come back to their senses. Ding! The wine cup fell to the ground and shattered on the street. Yi Fan's true body drank the last cup of wine and walked out of the small tavern. The purple-robed man is you. The leader of the Heaven Wasteland 13 Mounts, Gu Ling, said. His wild gaze was frightening, and his black hair was disheveled and draped over his shoulders. That's right. My intuition tells me that the purple-robed man is you. Guanxing also walked forward coldly. His skin was as fair as jade. Proof. Yi Fan was calm and composed. My intuition tells me that it's you, and that's enough. Guanxing pressed forward like a demonic god, and his handsome face was bone-piercingly cold. Yi Fan laughed loudly and calmly took out a black spear. He pointed it at the southern sky, and his battle intent surged. At the same time, Longma also rushed over from afar. Yi Fan leapt onto his horse and faced everyone. If you want to kill me, come at me. Everyone was alarmed. Was the purple-robed man really him? His true body hadn't even made a move, yet he was already so terrifying. Just how powerful was he? This place quickly erupted with commotion. Many people believed that the purple-robed man was definitely him, even though he didn't admit it. Stay your hand. The void distorted, and an indistinct figure appeared. The guide envoy appeared. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time this irresponsible guide envoy was forced out. All of you, go on your way. Don't stop for even a moment. His voice was overcast, but it shook many people until their blood and chi surged, and they couldn't stand steadily. An ancient bugle horn sounded, boundless and distant, summoning all of the trial takers. An altar appeared in the sky, flowing with misty radiance. I am going to embark on a new journey and challenge the most powerful ancient path again. Guancheng's eyes were cold as he stared at Yi Fan. Next, you all have to slaughter your way to the second trial. You can take action against anyone. For everyone, this is considered the entire world's enemy. The one who survives until the end is considered to have passed. The guide envoy's words shocked everyone. They knew that a bloody storm was about to begin. Chapter 1263. Verdant mountain grapes, golden essence fruits, and red agate-like fire phoenix fruits were hanging on the green branches in bunches, one by one, and one by one. A gentle breeze blew past, carrying with it an enticing and intoxicating fragrance of fruits. The lake in front was clear, and spiritual trees were everywhere. The fragrance of spiritual medicines wafted through the air. This was a pure land filled with the essence of heaven and earth. Many of them were precious medicines that had grown for many years. It seemed peaceful and peaceful. However, it was difficult to see any living beings. Yi Fan had already been in this strange world for an hour, but he still hadn't seen any competitors. They had set off from the first trial of the human race. The five-colored altar had transported them to a world full of vitality. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures were everywhere. Damn, I thought there would be bloody battles and enemies everywhere. Why haven't I seen even a single bird feather? Longma was suspicious. It bit off a bunch of golden fruits, and the fragrant juice splashed in all directions. It began to eat heartily and didn't notice the slightest bit of danger. Was this an ancient star with life? Yi Fan didn't know. He wanted to soar into the sky, but he felt a kind of pressure as soon as he arrived in midair. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't break free. This ancient land had incomparable restrictions set up to deal with Saint Kings. It was easy to imagine what kind of situation these trial takers would encounter. Most likely, no one could soar into the sky. They couldn't find a single opponent, and they didn't see any powerful creatures either. Yi Fan and Longma explored deeply and shallowly, trying to find a way out. According to the guide envoy, this was the bridge connecting to the human race's next holy city. If they wanted to reach it, they could only kill their way over. There were no birds, no ants, and only lush vegetation. It was like a desolate ancient star waiting to be excavated. For many people, this was an ideal paradise. Something's not right. It's impossible that there are no creatures. We most likely entered some special place, Yi Fan said to himself. Longma was startled. He then said, back then, no creature dared to approach within 100 li of my fire dragon cave. That means there might be some powerful existence entrenched here. We've entered its territory. Yi Fan's heart jumped. They immediately became cautious. After advancing more than 600 li in the lush and verdant ancient land, they suddenly heard a strange sound. He and the dragon horse hid at the side and actually saw a dazzling carriage flying across the sky. It was extremely dazzling. What was surprising was that the carriage wasn't tall, only a little more than a foot tall. It was made of fine jade, and even the horses pulling the carriage were of the same quality. What kind of treasure is this? Longma was eager to give it a try, wishing to intercept it. It was because he sensed a type of holy force pervading the air. It felt like this shouldn't be a real carriage, just a type of magical treasure. Otherwise, it really would be too small. It moved through the sky like a shooting star, its radiance resplendent. Something's wrong. This horse is galloping. It's not an inanimate object. Yi Fan was surprised, and then suddenly opened his heavenly eye. Holy Spirit. He was greatly shocked. A carriage approached from the distance. This was a stone horse, and inside the carriage was a stone person. Their entire bodies were sparkling, releasing powerful holy might, devouring the essence of heaven and earth. When Longma heard this, his scalp immediately went numb. If it was a holy spirit, just how powerful would it be? That was an existence that even great ancient emperors were its enemies. Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. The space between his brows glowed, and strand after strand of divine patterns appeared, helping him sense the strange carriage ahead. It's not a holy spirit, not born from a stone body. It's just a divine jade that developed intelligence and took human form. He calmed down. Longma released a breath of relief. Otherwise, if they truly faced a holy spirit, forget about them. Even if all the experts of the Starry Sky ancient path took action, they would still be completely wiped out. They couldn't stop it. I finally saw a living creature. Longma wanted to rush over to intercept it and understand what was going on. However, before it could move, a dignified shout sounded from within the carriage. Who dares intrude into the Medicine Garden's forbidden land? Hong. Immediately afterwards, an ocean of green light submerged over. Holy force surged. This was a saint. Longma cursed. This creature that wasn't even a foot tall was ridiculously powerful. It attacked as soon as it arrived, attacking first and asking questions later. Longma released a roar. The surrounding mountains collapsed, and many ancient medicines turned into flying ashes. It raised its hooves and rushed over, wanting to fight the strange carriage. Audacious. You actually dared to destroy my medicine garden. I won't forgive you. The master of the carriage was furious. Its entire body was sparkling and dark green. It opened its mouth and spat out an expanse of starry violet sand. This was a supreme treasure that even peerless existences would use when refining weapons. This expanse of starry violet sand turned into an expanse of stars. Each and every one of them was ancient and majestic. They were incomparably huge and quickly occupied the heaven and earth, transforming this place into a universe. The verdant mountain ridge, the majestic waterfall, and the clear lake all disappeared. Only a purple star remained, surrounding them and trapping them within. What kind of blasted place did we come to? Why did we provoke a powerful ancient saint as soon as we appeared? Longma cursed. Yi Fan revealed a dignified expression. This was definitely not an ordinary saint. To be able to refine starry violet sand with a raise of his hand, he was definitely a supreme lord. He held a dark golden spear in his hand. The black spearhead flickered with a cold and deep black radiance as he pierced forward, directly using divine force to break through the technique. Boom! A star exploded and purple energy surged, making this man-made cosmos galaxy even more hazy. I don't want to be enemies with you, but if you don't stop, don't blame me for being ruthless, Yi Fan said in a deep voice. He held the thick and heavy black spear with both hands and slowly swung it as if he wanted to brandish the heavenly stars. The entire purple star domain rumbled and trembled. Another trial taker. You humans are truly despicable. The master of the carriage said coldly. He was in a terrible mood. However, he didn't continue attacking and put away the starry violet sand. The purple stars that filled the sky disappeared, and a majestic mountain range appeared once again. This is my medicine garden. You guys have intruded rudely. Yi Fan and Longma were startled. They had passed through an area of several hundred miles, and it was only a medicine garden. It was truly astonishing how vast it was. I don't know how many batches of trial takers I've seen in these past few decades. I've had enough. The jade person in the carriage had a very nasty attitude. Longma said, I say, little elf, your resentment is too great. We don't even know what's going on, and you already hate us to this extent. F*CKU, #yen%, #yen. The jade person in the carriage exploded and bombarded Longma with a torrent of abuse. This old man has cultivated for several thousand years. You, a broken horse, dare to call me a little elf? You guys are dead meat. If you offend this old man, I will never tell you how to proceed to the second stage. Yi Fan was also a little speechless. After a long while, this jade person who had a fiery temper finally calmed down. Longma drooped his head. He was at his wit's end. It seemed that this person was responsible for arranging their journey. He was a part of the trial and was a guide. We were defeated by the human race's experts on the ancient starry sky path and were imprisoned here. However, we are not slaves. There was actually a hidden story. Unfortunately, the guide from the first human city was too irresponsible and didn't say anything. Even now, they were still confused. Then can you tell us what to do here? How can we hurry to the next holy city on the ancient training path? Yi Fan asked. The person in the carriage walked out in a terrible mood. That bastard from the first human city has almost gone crazy for cultivation. He doesn't care about anything else, and he still needs me to explain things like this. He was very angry with the guide and cursed repeatedly. In the end, he said in a bad mood, this is a bloody battlefield. Anyone who sets foot on the ancient path of cultivation is an enemy. You guys know what to do. Also, do your best to find the illusory origin of Tao and strengthen yourself. The person formed from the 9 heavens blue jade was very annoyed. He only gave a simple explanation without going into details. However, Yi Fan roughly understood that this was an extremely important place. Killing in all directions and fighting against competitors wasn't the main point. The real goal was to strengthen oneself. There was something called the origin of Tao, and it seemed to have a great impact on the future. The origin of Tao is rare throughout the ages. You guys came too late. In the past few decades, someone has successfully taken away a portion. Once they pass the tribulation and fuse with it, they will be invincible. Yi Fan and Longma were shocked. The more they listened, the more they felt the importance of the origin of Tao. It was truly terrifying. This seemed to be related to passing the tribulation. It was a supreme immortal item that could increase one's potential and realm. As for the specific effects, they would only know after obtaining it. Go, the origin of Tao is very important. You can go and fight now. The larger the area you occupy, the greater the possibility of finding it. We are going to occupy territory? Yi Fan was astonished. The person formed from the 9 heavens blue jade waved his hand impatiently, telling them to leave quickly. He said that there were at least several dozen battlefields outside, and they would know after fighting. The origin of Tao is rare throughout the ages. It will be difficult for you guys to obtain it. This kind of thing, even the worst can allow one to obtain the position of a heavenly monarch in the future. The dark green person said in disgust and then went on their way. Being imprisoned here and working for the human race made him very dissatisfied. Damn it, I want to eat the guide. He didn't even tell us such an important thing. Longma was a bit crazy. I'm guessing that since ancient times, not many people could obtain the origin of Tao. Otherwise, why didn't he tell us? Yi Fan said after thinking. Even so, we can't give up. Let's hurry and search. I really didn't expect this place to be so heaven-defying. There is actually such an immortal item. Longma couldn't sit still any longer. They rushed into the distance like a bolt of lightning. An hour later, they rushed out of the mountain range and arrived at a spacious area. Kill, Hong. What they saw left them shocked. This was like an ancient battlefield of gods and demons. There were shouts of war everywhere, and all types of powerful magical artifacts flew about. Great banners fluttered in the wind, and savage beasts rumbled as they trampled through the heavens. An expanse of flowing light smashed down. This was an enormous meteorite, and it almost smashed Longma underneath. The great earth rumbled, and an enormous crater appeared. Damn it, what kind of place did we come to? Longma stamped his feet. They were attacked as soon as they appeared. There didn't seem to be any mediocre people here. All types of magical artifacts and divine radiance danced about, and mountains were destroyed and rivers dried up. You are the human race's trial takers, right? This place might have the origin of Dao. Help our 9 heavens country occupy this place, and when the time comes, we will split it evenly. A small person whose entire body flickered with purple light flew over. It was a foot tall, and it was formed from the 9 heavens god Jade's purple flame god Jade. Yi Fan felt strange. Just now, he saw a creature formed from the 9 heavens god Jade's blue sky god Jade, and now, he saw another one. However, this was only a half-saint, and it was far from being as powerful as the one from before. However, these were all divine materials, and now, they all had intelligence. From his tone, it seemed like the creatures formed from the 9 heavens god Jade formed a country here. It really was a bit unimaginable. The ones fighting us are the spirit country, as well as the devil country and divine country. If you join us, we will split the origin of Dao together. It will be much fairer than those greedy existences. We still don't understand what's going on. Yi Fan said. This is a rare opportunity. It is rumored that since the ancient times, there have been a total of 30 types of Dao origins. Of course, there are also people who say that there were 49 types of Dao origins. Most of them were obtained by the ancients, and they are extremely rare. A few small people formed from divine jade surrounded him, and tried to persuade him to join. Just now, there were experts who sensed the aura of the origin of Dao in this battlefield, and that was why a great battle broke out. The reason why these non-human races were willing to be imprisoned here was also because they wanted to obtain the legendary origin of Dao. All these years, they often cooperated with the human race trial takers. In the past few decades, there has been a heaven-defying trial taker who has successfully obtained the origin of Dao. It is truly a grand event. It indicates that he has obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, and in the future, he might prove the Dao because of this. If you can't obtain it, you definitely won't be able to compete with him on the road ahead. Chapter 1264. Dozens of sky-reaching spears flew over. The black spears were even thicker than beams, and each one was dozens of zhang long. They were extremely sharp and cold. Boom! This was no longer a stab, but a smash. Such a thick spear flew over from dozens of li away, stabbing into the ground and causing this place to immediately collapse. This was a sneak attack. While Yi Fan and Longma were talking to the 9 heavens country people, a large number of thick spears descended with astonishing power. Longma's 4 hooves jumped and he was almost nailed to the ground. There was a great demon staring at this place. It was someone from the devil country. Longma was furious. Yi Fan also turned around and looked in that direction. He saw dozens of zhang tall demons standing in the ancient land and looking over coldly. Boom! Magic treasures flew and Dao artifacts flickered. The great battle continued. There were several powerful countries fighting here. That great demon's attack didn't succeed, so he turned around and searched for other prey to kill. Yi Fan raised his hand and activated the army formula. A thick spear was sucked into his hand. His body shone with golden light and he threw it out on the spot. The spear was dozens of zhang long, but it was as light as a straw in his hand. A black light pierced through the sky and flew to the target in an instant. That great demon dodged, but the spear seemed to have a life of its own. In an instant, it arrived in front of his chest. His armor shone and he roared towards the sky. The shield in his hand struck out fiercely. Pooh! Blood splattered. The spear pierced through the shield and through the great demon's body, leaving behind a river of blood. The enormous corpse flew several li away. In the end, it landed on the ground with a pang sound and sent a large cloud of dust flying. He was nailed to the ground and died a violent death. Yi Fan's methods were ruthless and direct. He gave the other a taste of their own medicine. After doing all of this, he calmly sized up the battlefield. At this moment, shouts of war shook the heavens. There were figures everywhere. Spirit race, devil country, divine country, nine heavens country, there were countless experts. Many of the trial takers also arrived. Yi Fan saw a few familiar figures fighting here. It was clear that they knew about the situation and the importance of the Dao source. Kill, the great battle was intense. All kinds of magical artifacts danced about, emitting dazzling cold light. Precious flags fluttered in the wind, savage beasts roared, and experts were as numerous as the clouds. This was a chaotic place. Blood splashed out from time to time. If not for the restrictions suppressing this place, this ancient land would have long been destroyed several dozen to over 100 times over. Chi chi chi, large amounts of light rained down. These were flying swords, all of them the size of a palm, several dozen of them. A majestic mountain range was flattened, and many people lost their lives. When he flew toward Yi Fan, his eyes were blazing, and the origin magnetic immortal light flew up with a whoosh. The electromagnetic force intertwined and turned the flying swords into iron scraps. There was killing everywhere on the battlefield. Many people lost their lives, and their corpses lay on the ground. Scarlet blood dyed the earth. The people of the Nine Heavens nation no longer needed to persuade Yi Fan, because they stood together with him. In just a short moment, more than 10 attacks had already descended. Yi Fan saw a few people from the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland on the battlefield. The corners of his mouth revealed a cold smile, and then he produced a large bow. He knocked a spotlessly white bone arrow and pulled back the flood dragon bowstring. A terrifying aura pervaded the air. The experts in the surroundings all retreated, revealing shocked expressions as they looked over. This was a precious bow personally made by Yi Fan. There was no need to talk about the material, and even the bone arrow was refined from the bone spurs on the backs of holy beasts. It was extremely terrifying. Xiao! A streak of white light flew out, piercing through the sky and releasing a deafening roar. It streaked across the battlefield, leaving many people horrified. They couldn't help but turn around to look. The 5th, 6th, and 7th brothers of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were all present. When they heard the sound, it was already too late. A powerful wave of energy swept over. The 7th brother was scared out of his wits. He shifted his position, but he couldn't avoid it. More than 10 magical artifacts flew out from his body, blocking in front of him. However, he still couldn't escape this calamity. The snow-white bone arrow pierced through all of the magical artifacts, shattering them. Then, it nailed into his forehead. With a pu sound, his entire head exploded. It was exceptionally bloody and ruthless. Bright red blood and white brain matter splashed onto the battlefield, shocking many people. The faces of the 5th and 6th brothers of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were pale. They were standing beside the 7th brother, and when the alternating red and white liquid splashed onto their bodies, they felt their scalps go numb. This was because the liquid that landed on their faces was still very warm. This kind of bloody method was too intimidating for them. It's him, Yi Fan. There were a total of 437 trial takers who walked on the ancient starry sky path. In the end, there were more than 300 who survived and reached this stage. A total of 80 or 90 people fought fiercely on this battlefield, seizing the sacred land where the origin of the Tao appeared. Many people cried out in alarm, recognizing him. After witnessing the might of this arrow, they were incomparably terrified. A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. He continued to knock his bow. The longbow was half a person's height, and the bowstring was pulled back like a full moon. The second white bone arrow flew out, tearing apart heaven and earth. It arrived before them in an instant. With a pu sound, the fifth brother of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland released a loud cry. His entire body was shot to pieces. Another person fell. Many people on this battlefield were terrified. What kind of method was this? These two were definitely not weak, yet they were like 3-year-old children, unable to retaliate. The sixth brother of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was frightened out of his wits. He turned around and fled. At this moment, Chief Gu Ling wasn't here. He was as frantic as a stray dog, his face devoid of all color. He was so frightened that his legs became weak. Didn't you two provoke me again and again, wanting to kill me? Why do you need to run? Yi Fan sneered. The third arrow flew out, piercing through the sky with a xiu sound. Ah, the sixth brother of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland exploded. His unresigned cry was destroyed along with his flesh and primordial spirit, forever disappearing from this world. This kind of result made everyone on the battlefield raise their eyebrows. Everyone felt a wave of coldness. This was truly an exceptional expert. Almost immediately afterwards, the experts of the Devil Nation, Divine Nation, Spirit Race, and other great powers all secretly took action, shooting magical artifacts in this direction. The golden precious imprint was as large as a mountain peak, the blood-colored gourd swallowed heaven and earth, and there was even a sky-covering starry net. All of them descended together. Yi Fan was extremely calm and unafraid. He stood there, continuously drawing his bow. In a short period of time, he shot out a total of 52 arrows, and as a result, 52 experts died with grievances. Schwa. The army symbol art was displayed. Several dozen bone arrows all flew back. Not a single one was wasted. He shot out another arrow, and this kind of strength left everyone terrified. In just a short period of time, more than 100 experts died with grievances. Those who died were not ordinary people, but were all powerful lords of their regions. Among them, there were more than 20 trial takers who stepped on the starry sky ancient path. Just now, they were hiding in the dark, thinking that they wouldn't be discovered. In the end, not a single one of them could escape, and they were similarly dealt with. Death God. Everyone maintained a respectful distance, no one daring to provoke Yi Fan again. They were all frightened stiff, believing that he was definitely a well-known figure in this ancient land, someone who ruled over a region. No one dared to offend him again. This region became rather peaceful. Origin of the Tao. Someone shouted loudly. Strand after strand of radiance surged from a certain place underground. There was a type of world's most primordial aura that pervaded the air. Many people rushed over, wishing to capture this mysterious power. It was because this represented the heaven and earth's approval. When Yi Fan saw this, he had long await. He directly entered the earth, searching in that direction. His origin technique was at the peak of the cosmos, and no one could compare to him in searching for underground immortal items in this ancient land. Draconic energy surged within the earth veins, immortal light dazzling. All types of auspicious energy flowed about, creating an extraordinary scene. Yi Fan saw several people, their speeds extremely fast. They chased after that streak of light, but they couldn't break free from it. It truly is hard to imagine. Someone obtained the origin of the Tao more than 20 years ago. According to normal reasoning, it shouldn't appear again in this world, yet it actually appeared again. A devil saint cried out emotionally. This was a devil nation leader. His true body descended, demonic energy surging. I heard that the other battlefields also had traces of the origin of the Tao. How could so many of them appear? Something isn't quite right. An ancient saint from Divine Nation appeared, his entire body shining brilliantly. He revealed a look of doubt. The origin of the Tao has an undying divine nature. This time, it separated into several parts and didn't gather together to form a whole body. It truly is rarely seen since the ancient times. Someone from the spirit race said. There was a light source up ahead that was the size of a human head. It quickly moved through the ground, several saints chasing after it. Yi Fan was also chasing after it. Not only did his origin techniques reach the heavens, he even had the Xing symbol art. He almost instantly closed in. The origin of the Tao had divine nature. When it saw that there were people chasing after it, its speed increased greatly, entering the depths of the earth in the blink of an eye. Several ancient saints were shocked. They followed closely behind, moreover fiercely taking action, starting a murderous battle. On the ground, everyone's hearts jumped. This sealed ancient land continuously trembled, as if it was going to collapse. Powerful fluctuations pervaded the air. Dong! The great earth suddenly split apart. Yi Fan, the demonic saint, spirit saint, and the others rushed out. Everyone became even more shocked. There was actually a young figure among those 8 or 9 ancient saints who had become saints for who knew how many years. They were fighting chaotically. So powerful, able to look down on so many ancient saints while fighting for supremacy. Who can destroy him? A few people sighed. This was especially the case for the cultivators who stepped onto the starry sky ancient path. They were even more dispirited. With this type of existence, they could only serve as supporting characters. Now, perhaps only Yu Xian, Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, O Yi Mo, and the others could contend against him. Hong! Yi Fan's fist blasted the demonic saint flying. Half of his body was smashed, and blood dripped out as he fell into the mountain range. Everyone was in an uproar. An ancient saint was sent flying just like that, in a sorry and miserable state. His primordial spirit was dim, as if it was a lamp that had run out of oil. Xiao! The origin of the Tao, with its gentle splendor, actually entered the ground again. This time, it seemed to have disappeared forever. Even the ancient saints couldn't sense it anymore. It appeared in a hurry and disappeared just like that. Could it be that no one in the Tao field obtained its recognition, so it disdained to stay? Many people cried out, incomparably anxious. The 8 or 9 ancient saints were even more desperate. They missed this opportunity, and it would never come again. With a flash, Yi Fan entered the ground. His original technique was unrivaled, covering all directions as he searched for the origin of the Tao. This was a difficult pursuit. It had to be said that the divine nature of the origin of the Tao was astonishing. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan, who had the Rho formula and original technique, almost lost him. After wasting 4 hours, he rushed into the sky and used a technique to imprison the origin of the Tao. He caught the origin of the Tao. Heavens, we actually witnessed a miracle that is rarely seen throughout the ages. But in this life, it has only been 20 years, and someone has obtained the origin of the Tao for the second time. The battlefield was in an uproar. Even Longma was madly galloping with his hooves. On Yi Fan's palm, there was a head-sized ball of light. It was incomparably auspicious and holy, and all kinds of mysterious Tao runes appeared. Many people's mouths were dry, and they wanted to immediately fight over it. However, at that moment, something shocking happened. The origin of the Tao emitted a blurry will that spread out. You go against the Tao, against the heaven and earth. You cannot obtain the Tao and become an emperor. This brief will caused many people to widen their eyes and look forward. No one expected such a thing to happen. Pfft! The origin of the Tao shattered and flew in all directions, returning to the world of nothingness. This person will never be able to prove the Tao. The heaven and earth will not recognize him, haha. Someone couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, there were more than 150 trial takers who had stepped onto the ancient path of the stars. Seeing this, they all revealed strange expressions, and many people let out a long sigh. The heavens and earth had actually denied such a powerful apex figure who could oppress many experts to the point of suffocation. Buzz! A cauldron flew out from between Yi Fan's eyebrows. The origin energy of all things descended, and it had the power to swallow the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was shocking. I don't need your recognition. You are just something I used. Yi Fan's voice was cold. He used the 6 seals to seize the origin of the Tao and swallowed it back into the cauldron. Chapter 1265. The great cauldron was like an abyss, devouring heaven and earth. Strand after strand of hazy light battered against the cauldron's walls, but they couldn't break free. The source of the Tao was restricted. Under the suppression of the 6 seals and all life source energy cauldron, it became one, sucked inside. Even though it was extremely unwilling, it couldn't escape. This is. Many people were shocked. Since ancient times, it wasn't that there weren't people who weren't recognized by heaven and earth. The Tao origin would shatter and return to heaven and earth, but no one had ever been able to forcefully seize it. The person in front of him was so domineering that it was shocking. Going against heaven and earth, he forcefully merged the origin of the Tao and sealed it within the cauldron. What kind of person is this? No one in history has ever dared to do such a thing. They will suffer the wrath of the heavens. This is too impudent. Everyone was shocked, simply not daring to believe everything that was happening. The origin of the Tao was being reassembled, about to forcefully suppress it and use it for himself. Suddenly, a terrifying aura pervaded the air. A divine chain of order appeared in the sky, bright like the plumed feathers of an immortal phoenix as it hacked towards Yifan. Heaven's wrath, the heavens really did send down a punishment. Many people cried out in alarm. This was a dazzling divine chain that possessed terrifying divine might. It moved through the heavens above and earth below, surrounding and suppressing over to hack Yifan in half at the waist. He's here. Since ancient times, very few people have dared to be so disrespectful. How can the origin of the Tao be forcefully snatched away? Heaven's punishment is inevitable. However, what left everyone at a loss for words was that Yifan was fearless. He raised his fist towards the sky, resisting the tribulation with all his might. A tyrannical fist shattered the sky. Boom! A shocking and unforeseen event occurred. The bright and beautiful divine chains of order were blocked, and the scene of death that everyone expected did not appear. The tribulations are based on the strength of each individual, and they will always be destroyed if they are stronger than the person being punished. Yet, he managed to block it. A cold smile appeared on Yifan's face. The so-called punishment was nothing more than this. He had encountered even more dangerous things. The brightly colored divine chains of order shook. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Tens of thousands of tribulation lights appeared, all of them striking towards Yifan and the cauldron. Heavenly tribulation, the heavens are furious. No one broke through to the next realm, and no monster passed the tribulation. It was only because Yifan blasphemed the origin of the Tao that a divine tribulation descended in broad daylight. Terrifying light fluttered about. Blazing lightning flickered, submerging this place and turning it into a sea of electricity zone. Chi, lightning filled this place, divine radiance released in millions and millions of streaks, interweaving into a world of light. This place was surrounded on a large scale, making many people's expressions change. An endless sea of lightning descended, terrifying heavenly tribulation surging, suppressing everything in its path. It was as if a heavenly deity was roaring, about to tear apart all things in this world. There wasn't a single person's expression that didn't change. They were all heroes of an area, their magical force reaching the heavens, their knowledge extraordinary. Many of these cultivators came from ancient star domains, so they naturally weren't ordinary people, all of them crossing lightning tribulation. Some people were alarmed and cried out involuntarily, "This is simply a divine tribulation. The sea of lightning is too vast and unstoppable. How many people can pass through this kind of heavenly tribulation?" Rumble. The sea of lightning was terrifying, every single streak descending like a stellar stream, majestic, divine might matchless. How was this something the flesh could contend against? Regardless of whether it was Devil Nation, Divine Country, Nine Heavens Country, or the cultivators who walked on the starry sky ancient path, not a single one of them didn't back off, drawing a clear line between themselves and him out of fear of being implicated. Many people trembled inwardly. This type of scene indicated that Yifan was definitely not tolerated by the heavens, cursed. Today, he was most likely going to face a tribulation. What a pity, this person's strength is so powerful, definitely a well-known figure among this group of people, an outstanding talent of a generation, yet it will be difficult for him to survive. He can only blame himself for not knowing when to stop, daring to blaspheme the heavens, forcefully seizing the origin of the Tao, so he naturally has to suffer punishment. Dying is the result he deserves. There were some who felt that it was a pity, but there were naturally others who sneered. The death of a powerful individual was good news for these people. Devil Nation, Divine Country, and others were also speaking quietly. After witnessing this type of terrifying scene, who could remain silent? In this world, heavenly tribulation was one of the most terrifying powers. During these past few decades, there have been a few cultivators who have faced tribulation. There were a few who could deal with such a powerful lightning tribulation. I wonder if he can make it through. However, what made many people's blood run cold was that within the endless sea of lightning, Yi Fan didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He sat there, guiding lightning into his body. A golden little figure appeared in front of his brows, taking in and sending out electrical radiance. Guiding lightning into the body, using heavenly tribulation to refine his true body, this really is heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked, unable to help but suck in a cold breath of air. This type of figure was truly rare, someone who had a place in the entire starry sky ancient path. The scene of flesh and bones being torn apart didn't appear. Yi Fan's flesh, golden little figure, and cauldron guided over the endless sea of lightning, using it to refine his own body, devouring it. It really is unexpected. Yi Fan said to himself. Just now, he truly thought that there was a will of heaven and earth, that it was going to punish him. After carefully comprehending it, he discovered that this should be a type of natural order power. The origin of the Tao was indeed a heaven-defying thing, engraving the most fundamental thing of the entire cosmos. As for that indistinct will, it was a bit strange. The 6 seals were effective. He used the cauldron to devour the origin of the Tao, gathering it into a sphere of light. He sensed the many symbols within, terrifying and mysterious. That indistinct will disappeared, never appearing again. However, this sphere of light rejected him, difficult for it to merge with him. The 6 seals displayed its might, completely sealing up the origin of the Tao, burying it deep within the cauldron, isolating its aura from the outside world. The tribulation and punishment immediately disappeared, the lightning radiance covering the sky receding. Yi Fan was unharmed, standing under the heavens, his clothes fluttering about. A cauldron floated above his head, simple and unadorned. Silk ribbons dangled down to protect him. He's actually unharmed, inconceivable. That cauldron, heavens, it's made from the source of all life energy. Yi Fan didn't suffer the wrath of heaven, safely making it through, leaving everyone shocked. Only now did their attention shift from the origin of the Tao to the cauldron, many people naturally recognizing it. This was an immortal material exclusive to ancient great emperors. No matter when, no matter where, it would always draw attention, become the focal point of attention. It really is the essence of all life source energy. Everyone was shaken, their mouths and tongues dry. Many people were stunned, their minds rumbling. The origin of the Tao was gathered by him, collected into the cauldron. Could it really be forcefully stored? A few people's eyes burned with passion. This was simply a type of immortal karma. Seizing the cauldron could also seize the origin of the Tao. If they could obtain it, what grudges would there be? A blood-colored sword silently hacked towards the back of Yi Fan's head. This was a fatal strike, a sneak attack that would kill him here. At the same time, all types of weapons flickered with divine splendor, attacking from the mountain range, from the clouds above. Quite a few experts took action. Wealth moved people's hearts, let alone this type of heaven-defying item. Kill. Leave behind the origin of the Tao. You haven't obtained the approval of the heavens, so hand it over. This murderous calamity arrived just too abruptly. The peaceful battlefield immediately erupted with noise. Everyone attacked Yi Fan together, wishing to make him stay behind. I've really poked the butt of the heavens. Damn it, so many people are surrounding me, I truly have the misfortune of 8 lifetimes. Longma cursed. Yi Fan unleashed a great slaughter. On the ancient path of the starry skies, he would become stronger the stronger he would encounter, competing against endless experts. For those who truly stepped on the emperor path, wishing to reach the absolute peak, this was a path of blood to begin with. There would definitely be corpses beneath their feet, blood flowing like rivers as they rose above the masses. The past experts all fought their way through, rushing to the end with their illustrious reputation. There were no shortcuts, or else they would lose the original meaning of the ancient path of the starry skies. Kill. Yi Fan held the black pike in his hands, stabbing the heavens and splitting apart the earth. Every time he attacked, there would be someone who would be impaled to death, decisive and efficient. Pooh, 1, 2, 37 corpses, all of them great demons. In the end, there were a total of 54 great demon corpses that fell beneath his feet. Every single one of them had their foreheads pierced through. Ah! Divine Nation's people also cried out miserably. The dark golden pike in Yi Fan's hands was as fast as lightning. 60 to 70 experts were killed. This was a murderous calamity. Blood filled the sky. Many natives and trial takers lost their lives under Yi Fan's pike, blood dripping everywhere. In the end, even the ancient saints joined in. Yi Fan attacked furiously. His entire body shone, irregular scenes appearing. He temporarily merged into one, the Immortal King, Golden Sea of Bitterness, Primal Chaos Green Lotus, and others merging into one, terrifying to the extreme. Pooh! When he tore apart the hand of an ancient saint, the entire world became quiet. He was bathed in divine blood, slaughtering his way out of this battlefield. No one dared to stop him. In the following half a month, the entire ancient land wasn't peaceful. There were bloody battles everywhere. Yi Fan encountered group after group of people, slaughtering his way out. In the end, he fought until the sun and moon lost light, heaven and earth lost color. Many mountains and rivers were riddled with holes, no longer existing. This was a great calamity. Yi Fan slaughtered saints here, subduing many people. Later on, no one dared to provoke him, not daring to find trouble for him. Of course, there were a few times when danger appeared. Divine Nations and Devil Nations Saint Kings appeared, but he avoided them, not encountering any battles. After half a month, even with Yi Fan's constitution, he was a bit tired. He fought great battles against trial takers, foreign races, and other things one after another. Hidden injuries appeared on his body. He killed no less than 1,000 people, bathed in blood. Everywhere he passed, corpses would fall beneath his feet. The great battles made one tremble in fear. It's finally over. Longma grimaced in pain. For it, this was a type of torment. It fought until its entire body was covered in cuts and bruises. The clear lake water was filled with lotus fragrance. This was a beautiful sapphire lake filled with mist. They rested here, recovering their flourishing blood energy. What exactly is this origin of the Tao? By the lakeside, golden chilan grass grew. Spiritual essence flowed in all directions, creating a brilliant expanse. There were even medicinal fruits, their fragrance wafting through the air. Longma ate a pile of spiritual fruits, asking Yi Fan. Yi Fan laid out the heaven-deceiving formation patterns, releasing the origin of the Tao. Upon closer inspection, he felt that it was deep and immeasurable. There were all types of symbols swirling about within, containing endless great Tao truths. This time, the origin of the Tao didn't release any will, but it immediately shattered, turning into strands of auspicious energy that wanted to escape. Yi Fan's expression immediately became cold. The origin of the Tao really didn't acknowledge him, actually trying to escape in every way possible, not letting him comprehend it. Longma chuckled and said, "It seems like your future isn't bright. The origin of the Tao looks down on you." Yi Fan displayed the 6 seals, condensing the origin of the Tao into a sphere of light again, preventing it from leaving his side, firmly restricting it here. "What are you planning to do?" Longma asked. "Wash my feet," Yi Fan said with a cold smile. He actually really did this, sealing this sphere of light, taking off his war boots, merging his feet into this sphere of water that was as gentle as water, as pure as moonlight. Poke, don't, you are really blaspheming it? Lama wanted to stop him, but it was too late. This had already become reality, and it almost bit off its own tongue. Yifan sat on a rock by the lakeside, using the origin of the Tao to wash his feet. As he soaked within, he felt a wave of mysterious power. The origin of the Tao struggled intensely, wanting to break apart and rush into the sky. However, under the Six Seals' matchless origin technique, it couldn't escape. Chapter 1266. Lama was first stupefied, and then he became flustered and exasperated, saying, "You really are using it to wash your feet? Wastrel, you are a piece of trash who deserves to be struck by lightning. Isn't it just a Tao source? What does it count as? Why does my Tao need its acknowledgement?" Yifan sat on the bluestone, enjoying the lake's beautiful scenery while washing his feet. Immortal light flowed in all directions. The sphere of light struggled intensely, as if it was boiling, but it couldn't escape. Yifan's body felt extremely comfortable, using it to soak his feet, all of the pores on his body relaxing. "How does it feel?" Lama swallowed with difficulty, truly not knowing what to say. "It really is extremely comfortable." This was Yifan's evaluation. He laughed. He knew that Tao sources were extremely useful, but this type of immortal object didn't acknowledge him. "You should give it a try as well," Yifan said. "Forget it, we'll talk about it later. This is too crazy. Others want to worship it like their own father or ancestor, yet you are using it to wash your feet." Lama no longer had a temper, asking him what he was going to do next. 2 days later, Yifan took action, starting to seize this ancient battlefield's territory. It was because he already heard that there were a few more Tao sources. They were originally one, but this time, they were divided into several parts, scattered throughout the various ancient battlefields, currently being pursued by others. Half a month later, after experiencing over 100 bloody battles, as well as displaying unique unmatched source methods, Yifan seized another Tao source. Within the emerald green valley, bird cries were clear and pleasant to listen to. Yifan stabbed a great demon to death, and then he entered, starting to reorganize himself again. The vegetation within the valley was lush, giant trees reaching into the heavens, and there were even a few clear springs, extremely pleasing to the eye. Yifan. There was an ancient cave in front of the mountain wall, and a young man walked out from within. He was delicate and pretty, precisely Rui Wei, his body carrying traces of blood. After entering this battlefield, he experienced several bloody battles, and then he went into hiding. It was because moving his clansmen from the depths of the starry sky to an ancient life star was his greatest goal. "I heard that the second leader of the Sky Emperor's 13 riders wants to deal with you. He's currently roping in people and looking for the strongest seed-level characters to work together to kill you." Rui Wei told him this piece of news. This ancient land was incomparably vast and was divided into several large regions. During this period of time, Yifan had been fighting in the central region. At the same time, news about the origin of Tao came from the western region, the southern region, and the northern hell. He didn't have time to go there. In this area, Yifan reigned supreme. The challengers were intimidated by him and did not dare to compete with him. Meanwhile, Tuobayu, Mu Guanghan, Ku Tuchuo, Wuxia Mo and the others were all in charge of their own areas and had yet to exchange blows with him. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland were also like this, dominating an ancient battlefield, searching for the origin of the Tao. No one could go against them. It was rumored that Yifan was on this side, and it seemed like he was going to make a move. Their second-in-command is a ruthless and unruly person. He will do anything to kill you. He might even ask for help from a very powerful person. When Yifan heard this, he nodded to express his gratitude. He was just about to find these people, but he never expected to hear news about them. After resting here for 2 days, he went on his way again. He crossed over desolate mountain ridges one after another and arrived at another ancient land full of vitality. Unfortunately, the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland left this region. Yifan and the other person, Wuxia Mo, looked at each other for a moment from across a mountain range. Roy Wei had told him that this person was extremely powerful and swept through the western region. He used the black gold demonic halberd to kill 3 ancient saints in succession, shaking the entire western plains. Wuxia Mo looked at him from several dozen li away. In the end, he carried the great halberd that could crush mountains and rivers and left into the distance, disappearing into the limits of the horizon. Afterwards, Yi Fan entered the southern region's battlefield. Great battles and small battles broke out continuously, and the flames of war burned everywhere. In the recent days, the divine nations and devil nations all went crazy just for the sake of obtaining the origin of the Tao. Yi Fan's arrival triggered a great disturbance. He swept through the central region and now crossed over, making many experts nervous. You are the trial taker that obtained the origin of the Tao? I previously heard that heaven and earth did not approve of you. Are you willing to hand it over? I will give you a certain amount of compensation. A young male riding on a holy beast asked. Yi Fan shook his head and didn't say anything. Hong. Suddenly, a terrifying attack arrived. This male acted out, activating an enormous net that was resplendent and dazzling. It covered the skies and was going to capture and kill him. This was a divine artifact that seemed to be woven from stellar streams. Every single strand was incredibly terrifying. Stellar radiance overflowed, and it was as if there were ancient stars swirling about. Be careful, this is Spirit Nation's crown prince. He has already become a saint and laid down an exceptional ancient formation here. The feather immortal who hadn't seen him for a long time secretly transmitted sound. Her voice was sweet like the sounds of nature. He could vaguely see a graceful figure disappear into the mountain range with a flash. Yi Fan released a cold snort. He sat on the llama, not moving out of the way, allowing the great net to descend. Then, his hands fiercely tore at it, making the world tremble. This divine artifact's strands seemed to be woven from stellar streams, naturally terrifying. However, it was actually torn apart by Yi Fan. It was as if majestic ancient stars were collapsing one after another. The stellar light shattered, the divine artifact destroyed, making this place almost completely annihilated. Many mountain ranges were flattened. Kill him. Spirit Race's crown prince revealed a sinister smile. The ancient formation here had long been activated. The radiance was blinding, burying Yi Fan within. At the same time, there were 3 ancient saints who secretly took action. They came from Spirit Nation, attacking Yi Fan who was at the center of the formation. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. When they saw this scene, none of them dared participate. Spirit Race's crown prince's expression was cold. He and the holy beast he sat on also attacked. This was a great battle that could collapse the heavens and crack the earth. The formation couldn't trap Yi Fan. He had the Xing symbol art, allowing him to enter the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. The holy formation couldn't stop him. However, this was a difficult battle. Spirit Race's great army and experts continuously came to support. Yi Fan rode alone, slaughtering until the sun and moon lost radiance, mountains and rivers lost color. Blood scattered outwards. This ancient land became a scarlet color, countless corpses flying about. Yi Fan was like a demonic god as he unleashed a great slaughter. He didn't care about the injuries on his body as he chased after Spirit Race's crown prince for 100,000 li. In the end, he tossed out the black spear in his hands. Woo-woo. The black divine spear streaked across heaven and earth, releasing strand after strand of dark light. It was like an awakened demonic lord, shattering the sky. An expanse of chaotic energy was produced behind it, collapsing this battlefield. Ah! Spirit Race's crown prince cried out loudly, his voice incomparably mournful. His back was pierced through by the ice-cold spear, and then it pierced through the head of the holy beast he sat on. Blood splashed outwards. The spear pierced through them, sending them flying several li before smashing into a mountain peak. With a hong sound, smoke and dust rushed into the heavens. The great mountain turned into ashes, and Spirit Race's crown prince and his holy beast mount were nailed to the ground, their vitality completely extinguished. Yi Fan's killing intent passed through this spear, destroying all of his vitality and shattering his primordial spirit. Blood gurgled on the ground. The enormous holy beast and spirit race's crown prince were nailed to death here. It was a shocking scene, making the hearts of the cultivators who followed after them pound. In this battle, Spirit Race's crown prince brought several ancient saints from his country, mobilizing a large number of warriors to lay down an exceptional killing formation. However, they couldn't kill Yi Fan, and instead, he broke out of the encirclement and was nailed to death here. The southern region was shaken. Spirit Race withdrew their great army, and the ancient saints all moved out to surround and kill Yi Fan. This was a bloody battle that affected the entire ancient land. Yi Fan fought for hundreds of thousands of li, fighting for several days. It was unknown just how many people he killed. In the end, Spirit Race's King Lord appeared, and only then did he temporarily retreat. He went deep underground and discovered traces of the Dao origin with his Supreme Origin technique, seizing the third strand. In this battle, Yi Fan established an illustrious reputation. Regardless of whether it was the trial takers or the people of this ancient land, there wasn't a single person who didn't have a change in expression when talking about him. Every time he arrived at an ancient land, he would incite a wave of fear, and all the experts would retreat. Apart from Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanghan, O Yi Mo, and a few others, perhaps no one else dared to face him head-on. Of course, during this period of time, Yi Fan didn't have it easy either. He was chased by several Saint Kings, and he had no power to search for the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland and the others. This was a period of blood. For 2 whole months, Yi Fan killed countless enemies, and he completely charged through piles of corpses. Dang, the sound of the bell was drawn out, resounding through the great ancient battlefields. The young experts from the ancient starry sky path all heaved a sigh of relief, signifying the end of the trial here. This was a bloody battlefield, and it was unknown how many people had fallen in these 2 months. It was like a nightmare, and it wasn't easy to survive. Even though the trial takers were about to go on their way, there were some battlefields that hadn't ended yet. The 13 steeds of heaven wasteland, Captain Guansheng, and a few ancient saints from the natives worked together. They discovered a source of Tao, and they began to chant ancient scriptures together. This place was covered in tens of thousands of streaks of Tao light, and divine multicolored light shone everywhere. It was as if the void image of an ancient great emperor was summoned, and he was seated here, chanting scriptures. The source of the Tao was drawn over, and as if it sensed something, it resonated with the chanting of scriptures. If this continued for a long time, it might truly be obtained by someone. Right at this critical juncture, Yi Fan arrived. He was alone on a horse, and with a spear in hand, he coldly swept over, making all of their hearts jump. Yi Fan stood on a mound and began to draw his bow. In his surroundings, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Irregular scenes appeared in succession, and blood energy overflowed into the heavens. Everyone was furious. They stood up, and then their eyes suffused with cold light as they threw themselves at him together. Xiao! Yi Fan drew his bow, and a single arrow shattered the heavens. He activated the 8th restriction and shot out a stunning arrow with peerless power. Ah, the 4th of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was blasted to pieces. Bone fragments and flesh flew everywhere. Everyone who saw this scene from the distance immediately turned pale with fright. This arrow was too terrifying. Truly infuriating. He actually destroyed it at the last moment. Otherwise, the source of the Tao might have chosen us. These people released long roars, their hearts stifled. They faced each other with life and death, surrounding and killing Yi Fan with all of their strength. Yi Fan killed a great enemy. He rode on Longma and directly entered the earth, chasing after the source of the Tao. The group of people on the ground went crazy, chasing after him. However, how could they compare to Yi Fan, who was proficient in origin techniques? Soon after, they were left behind without a trace. Dang! The ancient bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner, urging the trial takers to continue on their way. An enormous altar appeared in the void, scattering down resplendent radiance. It streaked across the sky, separately appearing in various ancient battlefields. The trial takers all flew up, preparing to continue on their way. Yi Fan finally succeeded, using the 6 seals to seize the 4th source of the Tao. He suppressed it in the myriad energy cauldron and rushed out. What awaited him were several ancient saints. He could only fight a bloody battle, and in the end, he fought his way up the rainbow altar. Only then did he break free from the natives. However, after ascending the altar, the great battle did not stop. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland finally displayed his exceptional strength. He was full of unruliness as he fought against Yi Fan. In addition, the second leader, as well as Guancheng, also took action. Wang. With a final flash of brilliance, they all disappeared. The great battle in the dark passage did not stop. These people were fighting a bloody battle, directly slaughtering their way into a majestic human holy city. Chapter 1267. Scarlet divine blood sprinkled down, ice-cold divine weapons clashed, and terrifying immortal light swallowed the sky. This battle was like a battle between gods and demons, cruel and intense as it swept out in all directions. The majestic city was like a dormant divine lion, exuding a type of dignity that could not be violated. Yi Fan and the others directly fought their way in, causing a great commotion. How many years had it been since anyone dared to act impudently in the city? This was something that had never happened before. There were actually trial takers fighting their way here, shocking the entire city and causing everyone to pay attention. Yi Fan fought alone against Gu Ling, Guancheng, and the second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland. The battle was boiling, and blood energy connected the heavens and earth. Along the way, they fought with their lives on the line. The destructive power was astonishing. From the trial grounds to the 5-colored altar, and then to the second sacred city of the human race, the effects were widespread. Meteorites burned, ancient stars cracked, and the dark universe was torn apart. This was the scene of them fighting crazily along the way. Now that they had entered the city, everyone was still full of energy and fighting spirit. They fought until their black hair danced in the wind, blood splashed in all directions, and the sky shook. The battle clothes on Yi Fan's body were shattered. The blood energy in his skull was like a true dragon, piercing through the blue dome of heaven. His eyes were frightening like cold lightning, and the black spear in his hand could split the sky and destroy the stars. There was a type of aura that could devour mountains and rivers. Without a doubt, this was a difficult battle. The leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland possessed astonishing strength, even surpassing the leader of the army, Guancheng. He was indeed a great enemy. His black hair was scattered behind him, and his bronze upper body was as sturdy as a horned dragon. His eyes shot out terrifying beams of light that were as sharp as a wild beast's. The purple spear in his hand pierced through the heaven and earth, and every strike was like a purple sun exploding. Yi Fan and him were like 2 starry rivers colliding, clashing fiercely and leaving behind streaks of light. Spear against spear, clanging sounds rang out as black and purple lightning interweaved. Every strike of the spear pierced through the sky and could shatter the meteors in the cold universe. The spear radiance flourished with overflowing divine might. The second leader of the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was also an extraordinary character. Clad in azure gold armor and wielding a great halberd, he swept through the world like a valiant demonic god. The ancient formations in the grand city were all activated, but many of the Tao patterns were instantly obliterated. There were even some meteorites that were shattered by the sharp radiance. It was clear how cruel this battle was. Everyone's bodies were covered in blood, all of them injured, but they still fought with no thought of personal safety, bathed in blood. Along the way, the trial takers who traveled together with them were affected by the shockwaves of the battle. Some of them were injured, and 4 of them even lost their lives. From this, one could see just what kind of level the battle had reached. Both sides were fighting to the point where their blood was boiling. They only wanted to fight to the death, and they didn't care about anything else. Who is this person? Isn't he a little too daring? He actually fought his way into the holy city. This is unprecedented in the road of trials. Who is that male standing in the middle who is fighting in all directions? He is fighting against several heroes alone. What a powerful blood energy, what a terrifying battle intent. It's rarely seen since ancient times. Many powerful cultivators in the city arrived, watching the battle while discussing. Stop. You all actually dare to blaspheme the holy city. Do you all want to test the law with your own bodies? Those who violate the city's rules will be killed without exception. The soldiers guarding this ancient city shouted loudly. Every single one of them had ashen expressions. In the past, even those legendary unmatched heroes who could verify the Tao dismounted from their horses. However, these people before them were all extremely unruly. They slaughtered their way in, becoming battle lunatics. There weren't many soldiers at the city gate. When the commanders in other areas heard this, they hurried over with several dozen people. Their faces darkened, shouting loudly for them to stop. In addition, even the envoy was startled. A deafening shout sounded from the depths of the ancient city, telling those people to stop fighting, or else they would be suppressed and killed. The second holy city was bustling with noise. Everyone was speechless. Everyone within the enormous city heard about this. There wasn't a single person who wasn't stunned. What kind of trial takers were these? They were truly audacious to the extreme. How many years has it been? I still remember the scenes of the most terrifying experts passing through the city. None of them were this arrogant. After so many years of peace, great waves have finally arisen. Could it be that these people want to overturn the holy city? Yi Fan and the others didn't announce their names, but they had already attracted attention from all directions. It was impossible for them not to attract attention in the bloody battle within the city. They finally stopped. Killing intent pervaded the air as they looked at each other coldly. They didn't retreat. In this battle, Longmas suffered considerable injuries. Although Yi Fan was wounded, it wasn't a big deal. The 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland all had their battle clothes dyed in blood. The two holy beasts almost died. Their bodies were covered in blood as they lay paralyzed on the ground. Guan Cheng's eyes revealed a cold light. The left side of his chest had been pierced by Yi Fan's spear, and his heart had been shattered. Fresh blood converged into a small river on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. He had almost died. Ku Tuchuo, Mu Guanhan, Tuobayu, Wuxia Mo, and the other trial takers stood in the distance. Although they didn't make a move, they had personally witnessed this battle and knew how desperate it was. This city was the second holy city on the ancient starry sky path. It was many times larger and grander than the first city, and the atmosphere was even more solemn and respectful. The second holy city's chief commander's expression was not very good. He stared at them for a long time before saying, "You guys are really bold. Are you treating the human race's holy city as a training ground? Do you want to fight against all the experts in the city?" After leaving the bloody battlefield, only 147 people made it here alive. The others had all died. At this moment, there was absolute silence. "You're Gu Ling of the 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland. I've heard that you're Guan Cheng. You've set foot on this path again." The chief commander's face was cold. He called out the names of the bloody battle and the others one by one, immediately causing a commotion. The leader of the 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland. This is a top-seated expert whose name has already spread in the city. I didn't expect it to be him. Guan Cheng, it sounds a little familiar. Could it be him? He was already a peerless fierce person more than 10 years ago. After cultivating bitterly for so many years, he set out again and joined hands with the 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland, but they still couldn't take down that man. How terrifying. The city was in an uproar. After learning the identities of the people in the bloody battle, many people revealed shocked expressions and began to discuss. The leader of the 13 Knights of Heaven Wasteland, Gu Ling, had a few spear wounds on his body. The bloody holes were shocking, and Guan Cheng's heart was shattered. How could people not be shocked? Although the young man who was surrounded in the center was also riddled with wounds, facing so many people alone made people feel a chill. So he's that person called Yi Fan. I know. According to the news from there, he was unstoppable in the first city. The various holy cities were in contact with each other, so the news had already spread in advance. Otherwise, people would not have known. The envoy will pardon you. Since your cultivations are outstanding, I won't pursue this matter. However, there won't be a next time. If you violate the city's rules and act recklessly, you'll be killed without mercy. The storm subsided just like that. The conflict did not intensify, and it became a topic of discussion for people after meals. No matter what, Yi Fan and the others fought a bloody battle all the way into the city. The impact was great, and it even spread to the starry sky. What? Someone obtained the Dao origin again? Someone obtained it more than 20 years ago. Why did it appear again in this life? That's not possible. It's really chaotic. The storm had just calmed down when this news spread. The second holy city was stirred up. Many experts were shaken, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. Moreover, the impact did not stop here. Through special channels, it spread to the front of the ancient starry sky path. Some holy cities in the depths of the cosmos also learned of it. The second holy city was surging with undercurrents. The road ahead was also covered in layers of mist. There were some unusual movements. The Dao origin had reappeared, and it made some people feel uneasy. In the depths of the cosmos, there was an incomparably vast floating continent. There was an ancient city built on it, and the mountain ridges outside the city were stretched across the land. It was full of vitality. This was an important place on the ancient starry sky path. No one knew how many trials had passed. Within a divine garden, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. Under the clean white stone arch bridge, water gurgled, and immortal energy rose into the air. There was actually an ancient lotus growing in the small lake. It was incomparably huge, and there was a 12th rank lotus platform. Auspicious mist curled up in spirals, and chaotic energy lingered around it. Even ordinary cultivators could tell that this was a terrifying heavenly material and earthly treasure that could be refined into an everlasting supreme treasure. In the garden, there was an ancient Dao platform that was covered in mist. One could faintly see a woman sitting cross-legged on it, unmoving. She was facing the small lake, quietly waiting for the ancient lotus to fully mature. "Miss, there's a piece of news from the rear. Someone obtained the Dao origin." At this moment, a beautiful and graceful woman walked over. She was like the spirit of heaven and earth, yet she was dressed like a serving girl. The blurry figure of the woman on the Dao platform had a look of bewilderment on her face. She softly spoke, 23 years ago, wasn't the Dao origin obtained by Di Tian? Why did it appear again? Her voice contained a kind of magnetism, like the sounds of nature. Even when one first heard such shocking news, they were still very calm and indifferent. This serving girl's hair was like a waterfall, and her skin was as white as jade. She had an oval face and large eyes, and was as beautiful as a fairy. She bowed to the woman on the Dao platform and spoke, "The news is true." However, that person didn't succeed like young Master D. The Dao origin didn't approve of him. She seriously reported, telling the details to the woman on the Dao platform. "This matter is extremely important. The Dao origin contains an extremely great secret. I have to make a trip to the second city, the holy city." The blurry figure of the woman on the Dao platform spoke. The quick-witted little serving girl smiled. "Over 20 years ago, young Master D obtained the Dao origin because of Miss's contribution. Now, if Miss also obtained it, who would be able to stand against you on this ancient path? Di Tian is extremely talented, his talent is unparalleled since ancient times. It's not surprising that he could obtain the Dao origin, it has nothing to do with me. However, the battles in the future will be extremely intense. This era is simply too terrifying, it's simply an era of legends. Even someone as strong as Di Tian obtained the recognition of the heavens and earth, yet he also encountered a few supreme enemies. It's hard to say who will be the one laughing in the end. I'm going to the second city because I want to see that cultivator who sealed the Dao origin. I want to see if I can persuade him to give it to Di Tian." The little serving girl was unhappy. "Young Master D has already obtained the true Dao origin. Miss, why must you be like this? You should exchange it with that cultivator and keep it for yourself. Di Tian has obtained the Dao origin. If he fuses with another portion of it, he might be able to evolve a heaven-shaking immortal treasure. That's extremely important. The woman on the Dao platform spoke. Miss, you've received the favor of the heavens and obtained a 12-rank lotus platform in the chaos immortal soil. Wouldn't it be even better if you obtained the Dao origin as well? The little serving girl persuaded. In order to wait for the chaos lotus platform to mature, I've wasted too much time. In the future, if Di Tian doesn't have any assistance, things would be extremely difficult for me. This is an era of legends, everyone has their own powers. Only by forming an alliance would we be able to advance and stand at the peak. The woman on the Dao platform spoke. From then on, she no longer spoke. Chapter 1268. In the starry sky, there was no sense of the passing of time. There was only conquest along the way. The situation in each ancient land was different. A gust of wind blew past, causing withered leaves to fall. This made people feel the bleakness of autumn. It was a desolate scene. Stepping on the ancient road of the starry sky and fighting along the way, many heroes withered like withered leaves, falling into pools of blood and buried in foreign lands. In this ancient city that was filled with the scent of autumn, the trial takers were all silently recuperating in order to prepare for the upcoming battle and to survive. Yi Fan's steps were firm. He cultivated the swordsman formula. Golden blood energy curled around his body, and he quickly recovered to his peak state. The restrained light in his eyes turned into an abyss, deep and resplendent. This was a contradictory scene. In the evening, the setting sun was like blood, outlining the horizon with thousands of corpses, giving people an indescribable sense of desolation. Some cultivators walked in the slightly cold autumn wind. The trees on both sides of the street had long since withered yellow. Leaves danced chaotically in the air, creating an atmosphere of lethargy and desolation. Yi Fan went out. His eyes were bright and his will was like iron. Each step was firm and powerful. His confidence did not waver as he walked on the mottled ancient road. He knew that after the baptism of the bloody battlefield, many cultivators were very tired. Although they had rushed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they had lost the will to win. Sure enough, when he entered the most magnificent wine house in the city, he heard a few lonely words as soon as he went upstairs. I've decided to withdraw from here and return to my hometown without looking back. I'll never have the delusion of becoming a cultivator again. The one who said this was an ascetic cultivator. In just a few short months, his heroic appearance had become incomparably vicissitudes. His eyes were no longer sharp and somewhat dim. His temples were dyed with a few strands of white. Are you really withdrawing of your own accord? Someone beside him asked with the same bitterness. It was clear that he was also distressed. Yes, there's no point in staying. Those who came from the same place as me are all dead. I'm the only one left. I can't see any hope. Even my younger brother is dead. Many people were silent. A sour feeling welled up in their hearts. This was the unwillingness and sadness in their hearts. They were once heroes of a region, but after stepping on this path, they no longer had the glory of the past. Once upon a time, they each stood at the peak of their respective regions, achieving success at a young age. However, those conceited people had tasted defeat here. They had become stepping stones in the eyes of another group of experts. A dispirited young man suddenly burst into tears when he was completely drunk. He lost control of his emotions and found it hard to control himself. Tears of unwillingness flowed down his face as he said, "My former pride, my unrivaled glory of a region, it doesn't count for much here. They're being trampled mercilessly by others. The struggle for supremacy in the Emperor's Road is a battlefield for only a few people. To us, it is too cruel. We are just pitiful passers-by and dead people." When this person's words sounded, many people became silent. They thought back to the past, when they were extraordinary and arrogant, roaring through heaven and earth, their auras devouring 10,000 li. However, when they walked this path, many people tasted bitterness. The person I loved died in front of me. She was so sad, but I was powerless to save her. I could only pick her up from the pool of blood while trembling. I could only watch as her eyes dimmed and her body turned cold. She lost the last bit of her luster. Another person spoke in a low voice, filled with pain. There is only pain and injury here. I don't want to remember it anymore. I will leave tonight. More than 10 people suddenly stood up in the wine house and staggered down the stairs to find the city's commander. They wanted to set off on their return journey and never look back. On this night, many figures carried unwillingness, pain, and a kind of desolation. They chose different starry sky coordinates and set off on their own. Their backs were very miserable. When the autumn wind blew, there was a woman singing in a low voice. We are the deaths in other people's stories, like the withered leaves, drifting with the wind, unable to find our direction. There are our footprints on the Emperor's road, but we are not in heaven. There is only a smear of dismal red, narrating the desolation of blood. Horses galloping through the starry sky, majestic bodies, stunning battles, shooting down the divine moon, breaking the eternal legend, building a song of glory on the Emperor's road, becoming a masterpiece. That is the glory of others. Hesitation, perplexity, where are we? Struggling, searching. A pile of bones on the Emperor's road marks our desolation. The song was like a sob, faintly whimpering. It was accompanied by the autumn wind and fallen leaves, scattering over the ancient city. On this night, as the mournful figures left one after another, there were less than 100 people left in this batch of trial takers. A pile of bones on the Emperor's road was the final destination for most people. This was a cruel reality. Being perplexed and unwilling was of no use. They had just reached the second stage, but there was already no hope. That was because some cultivators clearly realized that there were already dozens of people in this batch who surpassed them. There was no need to talk about fighting for supremacy on the Emperor's road in the future. Of the remaining 90 people, some believed in their potential and believed that it was just that their cultivation level was not high enough. They could slowly grow and eventually become legends. There were also some who only wanted to hone themselves and not to achieve the Tao. They wanted to become saints and kings in the future and return to their hometowns. Everyone's ambitions and aspirations were different. Some were disappointed, some revealed their sharpness. Their personalities were different, and their fates were different. On this night, some of the remaining cultivators played their swords and sang loudly. The clanging of the swords shook the heaven and earth, and their hot-blooded fighting spirit spread for thousands of miles. Yi Fan was very calm. He was used to seeing life and death. Ever since he stepped onto the path of a cultivator and fought bloody battles until now, what confusion was there for him? There was only a heart that was as firm as iron. As for Longma, even though it was injured, its mood was not bad. That was because it had almost bitten a few holy beasts to death in the battle not long ago when it was still in the non-saint realm. After Yi Fan returned, this fellow was in the midst of self-hypnotizing smugness, saying that he was the strongest in the world and that he would fight until he went crazy in the future. Why did you also use the Tao origin to wash your feet? Yi Fan was astonished. He was a bit stunned when he saw this scene. Longma said carelessly, "Nonsense, you've already done this. Even if you haven't used this Tao origin before, if I were to merge with it, wouldn't I still be inferior to you? How am I going to achieve the Tao in the future? How am I going to ride you back?" Yi Fan wanted to beat it up on the spot. He also didn't know why this fellow's attitude was always so good. Early in the morning, strands of sunlight scattered down. It was golden and dazzling, and it was full of moisture. It illuminated the horizon, and it was full of exuberant vitality. In this brilliant morning, everyone felt a type of great power, and they all became incomparably confident. After the haze passed, the remaining experts became even more powerful. Meanwhile, Yi Fan received news that he was going to march into an archaic Tao right soon. There was endless power there. Natural great Tao, Tao origin, endless power Tao. Now, everyone couldn't help but think to themselves. This was a path that had to be paid attention to after all. Just by being in this city, when the sunlight scattered down, I can already feel the exuberant power. Just what kind of place is that archaic Dao, right? The sun rose from the east. Many people were puzzled. They sensed a commotion on the main street, and then a commotion broke out. What happened? Everyone was shocked. They arrived on the street and asked the passers-by. In the end, they discovered that most of them were youngsters, and all of them were hurrying in a certain direction. What is going on? Why is there such a commotion? Don't you know? Someone activated a divine light ancient platform and returned from the frontline ancient path. They might be able to hear some secrets from the battlefield. Those who set foot on the star path, aren't they not allowed to return to the holy city behind them? Unless they give up on the trial path and directly return to their homeland. Didn't I say that she used the divine light ancient platform and isn't included in this list? She doesn't violate the city's rules. Many people were discussing this as they headed towards the city's plaza. Yi Fan was moved. He wanted to ask the natives for guidance. What exactly was going on? What was the divine light ancient platform? This is a type of divine object comparable to the five-colored altar. It can be carried on one's body, and it can be used to travel between certain star domains without any restrictions. How can one obtain it? Yi Fan was moved. He felt that the practical value of this type of object was too great. Naturally, it requires one to have an outstanding performance on the ancient path and establish exceptional contributions. For example, discovering the tomb of an ancient great emperor and accomplishing something beneficial for the human race. Yi Fan stared blankly. He knew that the origin of the person who set foot on the return journey was definitely great. It was definitely a terrifying expert that transcended this world. Soon after, his suspicions were confirmed. A woman named Xianxia returned. She was known as the Exiled Fairy, extremely powerful and terrifying. In the past, she was the indisputable number one in her batch of trial takers. After catching up to the experts in front of her, she didn't lose out to anyone. Several years ago, she fought in the Sky Dome and actually broke through a trial ground. She slaughtered her way into a mysterious primal chaos immortal earth and established exceptional contributions. As a result, she was given an ancient platform of divine light. Any piece of primal chaos immortal earth possessed a fantastical value. There were too many heaven and earth treasures inside, and it was rumored that she obtained the most valuable supreme treasure within. No one would have thought that she would set foot on the return journey today and return to the human race's initial stage of the holy city. This was definitely a woman that could suffocate countless heroes. It really is Fairy Xianxia. She came to our city and passed by this place more than 20 years ago. Correct, back then, I had the fortune of seeing the exiled fairy. It really is her. She has become even more indistinct and immeasurable. Many natives were discussing this. In particular, a few young cultivators were especially excited. They had a deep impression of this woman. Even after so many years had passed, they still couldn't forget her. Quite a few people were moving in that direction. They all wanted to see the legendary exiled fairy. Who would have thought that after more than 20 years, even Miss Ling, at the exiled fairy's side became a saint? It truly is unattainable. When we think about it carefully, it should be like this. Back then, Miss Ling was only a hair away from becoming a saint. After more than 20 years of accumulation, she naturally passed that trial. Many people believed that the exiled fairy's return would bring unimaginable pressure to this group of trial takers. Back then, that group of people was extremely special, an extremely terrifying and powerful group. Meanwhile, Xianxia was revered as number one, so she naturally had the divine might to seize the natural luck of heaven and earth. Even the envoy of the second holy city was startled. He personally went to welcome the exiled fairy and brought her into the secret land where he was cultivating in isolation. It was clear that he attached great importance to her. Everyone was shocked and felt even more reverence towards the exiled fairy. It was rumored that this woman's appearance was exceptional and that she was a peerless beauty. Moreover, she had such a cultivation that could shake the starry sky ancient path. It was impossible for others not to pay attention to her even if they didn't want to. Her return is too great of a threat to the later group of trial takers. I reckon that some of their Dao hearts will become unstable. When faced with the splendor of the bright moon, how many of them would be able to calmly face it? There are rules on the ancient path. Even if she returns, she still cannot take action, and even more so, cannot enter the training grounds. Even so, merely sensing her godly might and her supreme immortal bones is enough to cause many people to lose their confidence. A few elders in the city spoke softly and discussed in a low voice. They felt that the exiled fairy's return was a bit inappropriate and would affect the Dao hearts of the later group of trial takers. Chapter 1269. The exiled fairy Xianxia was the #1 cultivator from 20 years ago. She was a mystical woman who had left behind many legends. Her return caused a great commotion and became the focus of everyone's discussion. Ever since this group of cultivators entered the city, the guide had never appeared. However, the moment the exiled fairy arrived, he treated her in a new light and personally came to the mansion. Where did she come from? This was everyone's question. After stepping on the ancient path, one could not turn back to attack the latecomers, nor could they re-enter the trial field. There was no meaning in turning back. Could it be the origin of the Tao? Those who stepped on the ancient path were all extraordinary. Ordinary heavenly treasures were no longer of interest to them. Only immortal items like these could tempt people. It's most likely because of this item. That cultivator named Yifan is in trouble. Who would have thought that the exiled fairy obtained the divine light platform and could reverse the situation? With her prestige and strength, who could oppose her? A few people discussed in private, feeling that there would be a good show in the near future. The trial field of blood and fire left a shadow of death for people, but there was also the appearance of a heaven-defying Tao source. This affected everyone's nerves. Even if the exiled fairy Xianxia didn't appear, people believed that there would be other disturbances. It was impossible to calm down just like this. Especially since the Tao source didn't approve of Yifan, this meant that others still had a chance. It even made the natives of the city jealous. In this kind of atmosphere, someone could suddenly rise up at any time to rob and kill. Many people were waiting for this scene to appear. You all don't understand Fairy Xianxia. She has a kind of divine-like transcendence, like the reincarnation of a fairy from the upper world. She wouldn't make things difficult for Yifan. That's not her style. The elder in the city shook his head and made such a judgment. The Tao source can help one achieve the Tao in the future. Who wouldn't be tempted in this world? This is an item that can steal the fortune of the heaven and earth. Unfortunately, we don't have the strength to fight for it. The reason why the exiled fairy returned at this time is obvious. Naturally, there were also people who scoffed at this. In front of such a world-defying Tao treasure, what kind of transcendence could there be? The undercurrents in the second human city surged. It seemed calm, but it contained a wave of murderous intent. No one in the city dared to brazenly seize the Tao source. However, it was hard to predict a person's heart. Perhaps a disaster might occur unknowingly. Cold moonlight cascaded down. This was already the second night. Yifan sat cross-legged in the courtyard, the crown of his head was sparkling and translucent. His hair flowed through his hair, absorbing the astral light in the air as he tempered his immortal foundation. You won't be able to suppress it for much longer. It's time for you to choose an enormous and extraordinary life emperor star to become a saint. Otherwise, there might be a big problem. Longma reminded. 10 years ago, Yifan was already a half-saint, and he only lacked a hardy battle of life and death before he could become a saint, but he was forcefully suppressed by him. After 10 years of conquest and 10 years of bloody battles, he had learned many things. In the depths of the ancient path of the starry sky, there was an ancient land prepared for those who had achieved the Tao. Becoming a saint in that special star region would bring great benefits. Xiao! Suddenly, a sharp immortal radiance pierced over, aiming straight for the back of the head of Yifan, who was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat in the courtyard. Someone had come to assassinate him. Longma stood up, the scales on his body releasing king-xiang sounds. A scarlet multicolored light shot out, blocking out this immortal radiance, completely erasing it. However, right at this moment, the sound of a dam bursting rang out. The sky became hazy as primal chaos mist surged down, covering the sky and earth. "Who is it?" Longma shouted loudly. There was an unknown character who took action, wanting to deceive everything here, severing the connection with the outside world. He sent out many experts to kill Yi Fan and the others. A black cloud drifted past. The nearby houses felt a sense of pressure. Many people felt trepidation and couldn't help but look outside, yet they didn't discover anyone. After an unknown amount of time, a loud sound rang out from the courtyard Yi Fan was in. A corner of the formation was torn apart and primal chaos surged out like a tidal wave. Under the rumbling sounds, many buildings were turned into flying ashes. Miserable cries rang out one after another as a rain of blood scattered about. Some of the residents in the surroundings were also affected. Pooh! In the dark night, everyone saw Yi Fan take action. He rushed out from the primal chaos mist and fought a great battle in the sky. His body was covered in quite a bit of blood. Everyone was horrified. This battle had probably already continued for a period of time, reaching its climax. Only now did someone notice it. Longma was also roaring angrily, fighting against the holy beast. Pooh! Blood splashed outwards. Yi Fan fought with everything he had, blasting a person apart in the sky. A rain of blood scattered about. Then, he brandished a spear, continuously nailing 7 or 8 people to death. His methods were cold, bloody, and ruthless. An indistinct figure withdrew. A total of more than 10 people were killed in the sky. Their corpses fell, heaven and earth shaking. The great battle might have already been going on for a period of time. Only now did we notice that someone used primal chaos to conceal this place. Yi Fan fought until the final moment, and only then did he break through the terrifying formation and mist. He experienced a trial of life and death, and only now did he rush out. Saint blood, there are saints among the dead. Everyone was shocked. A total of more than 10 people had been killed, and there were saints among them. This was an extremely terrifying force, but even so, Yi Fan still killed a way out. Who caused trouble and violated the city's rules? The commander guarding the ancient city rushed over immediately. His movements were extremely swift, but the battle had already ended. Longma grimaced in pain. There were also many injuries on Yi Fan's body. His face was calm as he gazed in the direction the indistinct figure left in. He didn't say anything. Many people were apprehensive. Even someone as powerful as him was injured. It could be seen how terrifying the battle just now was. It seemed that the leader who escaped was definitely an exceptional expert. Why did you fight? Someone tried to assassinate me. What clues did you find? The great commander of the city hurried over with 20 soldiers. His expression was strict as he questioned Yi Fan. He only left after a long time. The chaotic energy scattered and starlight sprinkled down. A long time had already passed, but Yi Fan still stood on the ruins without moving. His expression was very cold and unsightly. The assassin wasn't a trial taker. These people had never seen him before. It was obvious that some power in the city had come to assassinate him. There were many reasons, but the most likely one was to seize the Dao origin. Zheng zheng sounds rang out. Strands of divine radiance shot out from Yi Fan's body. Golden blood energy pervaded the air as he circulated the secret character, healing his true body in an instant. The night passed quickly. In the morning, everyone in the city knew about this matter. Yi Fan had been attacked. No one knew how powerful the enemy was, but there was saint blood as proof. It was enough to prove how terrifying the attacker was. The atmosphere immediately became subtle. The great commander of the city personally led the soldiers to patrol the area to prevent an even more intense incident from happening. Meanwhile, the guide envoy also appeared. He stood silently on the battlefield for a moment before slowly disappearing. He was very concerned about this matter and gave the order to strictly investigate. Someone wants to muddy the waters and make things difficult for the guide envoy. This will make it difficult for the exiled fairy Qingshe to act forcefully. Even if the assassination failed, they have achieved their goal. A few people came to this conclusion. Yi Fan also began to laugh coldly. The waters had become muddy. The attitude of those who came for him would become subtle because of this matter. They wouldn't dare to act unrestrained. There were disadvantages and advantages. 2 days passed just like that. The city was still rather calm, but the guide envoy didn't give the order to open the archaic Dao rite and let the trial takers in. The exiled fairy has appeared. She wants to have a small gathering with old friends in Jadewave Immortal Forest. When the time comes, she will also invite a few trial takers. This type of news spread around that day. Many people spread it, especially the youngsters in the city. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to obtain a quota to enter. For those who had seen Xianxia before, this was a true exiled fairy. She was elegant and aloof, possessing a divine nature. She was rarely seen in this world and exceptionally stunning. Yi Fan received the invitation. He looked at the invitation card in his hands. The graceful youngster on the card was like a type of immortal Dao precious mark that seeped out from the paper. He didn't refuse. He rode on Longma and arrived at the streets, heading towards Jadewave Immortal Forest. This was a famous place that none of the natives didn't know about. Quite a few people received the invitation and headed in that direction. There were some who spoke softly, and some who sighed in sorrow. Fairy Xianxia truly leaves one in awe. Through her handwriting, I can feel a type of immeasurable cultivation. It wasn't done intentionally and was just natural writing. However, the graceful and small characters couldn't help but contain a type of Dao essence. Even her little maid became a saint, so how terrifying do you think she is? Her strength is simply unimaginable. In this group of trial takers, I believe the number of people who can take 3 moves from her can be counted on one hand. Jadewave Immortal Forest was an ancient land in the city. There were all types of strange ancient trees planted here. It was verdant and full of spiritual essence, occupying an extremely large area. This street was extremely wide, and there were many people coming and going. This was especially the case today when Jadewave Immortal Forest had a gathering. A few strange beasts carried experts over. Ow-ho! A loud roar sounded. The street was thrown into chaos. This was the roar of a desolate beast, rough and domineering. A wave of bloodiness swept through the streets, leaving everyone shaken. A group of knights rushed over. There was no one who didn't move out of the way, not willing to clash with them. The entire street was trampled and rumbled like thunder. It's the 9-devil Qilin tiger. Who would have thought that it would really be subdued by them? This is a descendant of a desolate beast with the true blood of a white tiger and Qilin flowing through its veins. The descendants of the old commander are indeed extraordinary. They actually subdued 9 such young beasts from the starry skies. When they grow up, they will have immeasurable value. A few people whispered. They were all shocked. A desolate aura assaulted their faces, and the smell of blood was terrifying. 9 existences that looked like Qilins and white tigers ran madly on the street. Strong winds whistled, scattering the clouds. Yi Fan glanced back and saw this scene. The 9 desolate beasts were opening the way in front. Even though they hadn't grown up yet, they were already enormous. They were snow white and had sinister scales. Their bloody mouths were terrifying. Behind them were some young people, and they all seemed to have extraordinary statuses. A man with a golden crown and tied-up hair was the leader. He was riding on a strange beast, and he seemed to be very satisfied with the 9 beasts in front of him. Yi Fan discovered that there were a few familiar faces. Guansheng and the second leader of the 13 steeds of Heaven's wasteland were beside this person. The group of people looked over with unfriendly expressions. The second leader's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Yi Fan. He then transmitted his voice, seemingly saying something to these people. The man with the golden crown and tied-up hair looked over. Following that, the group of mounts charged forward as if they wanted to trample over Yi Roa and his mount. Yi Fan sat on the longma without moving. When he saw the dozen or so mounts charging over, he let out a shout and activated the heavenly swastika. The distance wasn't very far. The mounts that were charging over were all shocked. They all neighed and stood on their hind legs, almost sending the group of people flying off. Many people were shocked and angry. They strenuously stopped their mounts, but since they didn't see Yifan attack, they couldn't act out. The man with the golden crown and tied-up hair waved his hand and didn't let them say anything.